the microphone? We do have the microphone. Okay, hello everybody. Ooh, let's get the chat up. How's everyone doing today? I am very sunburnt, as you can see. Let's pull the chat up. Yeah, so like I'm sunburnt like around my face here at the back of my neck because I was a dum-dum and went outside for 2 hours and didn't put on sunscreen and thought I was covered enough. I wore a hat which covered like here up, but now I have a sunburn beard. A sunburn beard. No, don't end stream. Please don't end stream. Chat. Let's put the chat up. Sweet. All right, hold on just a second. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I seem to be having trouble getting ready today. Alright, so what do we have on the menu today? We have, oh man, a lot of hot stuff going down with Ruby Frank. If you don't know who Ruby Frank is, sit tight, we will explain that. Danny Masterson situation going on, who just got sentenced to 30 years in prison for not doing some great things, but it is an appeal, so we'll see what's going on there. And there's a lot of involvement with Scientology on that part, which frankly I honestly didn't know. I'm a little bit new to that subject. The Ruby Franke one, not so much. And then at the end we're going to talk about Project 2025, which is this weird political campaign thing put on by the Heritage Foundation, and they essentially want to turn all of America into one big fat theocracy. So, that's going to be fun. But until we get started, we're just chilling for a little bit. Sorry, I'm late today. Oh, hello, Flower Dragon. It says, Jan, your hair looks great. Pulled to the side like that. Thank you. It's actually, my hair is driving me insane lately. I am getting ready to cut it short, like really short, and then dye it back to black like it used to be. But for now, I'm just like not wanting to deal with it, but it's just really long and it just flops all over, and I'm not happy with it. Thank you. Who do we have in the house? We have, oh, I see Mark here. I see Cassie, our two moderators. Hello. Thank you for coming. I see, oh, Morg commented at the top. Hey, Morg. I see Becca. I see Halloween Mom says it's your first stream with me. Exciting. Welcome, welcome. Flower Dragon, of course. Oh, Susan's here. David, hello. Altier, hello. Melinda, hello. Hello, hello, hello. I have a good peek. Nice peek. Peek is always good. Oh, and Cassidy. Yes, of course. But this right here, like, is my natural hair color. It's not bad. I just like black better. I like that better. And then I don't have any lights on behind me. I wanted to have my window open and see how that works, because I feel like it's just been a little bit too dark in here lately. Cassidy's looking in the mirror. What? You're giving yourself away. Anyways, how's everybody's week going? What have you been up to? Any news? We got a lot of stuff to cover today. I don't think it's going to be that long of a live stream, which is why I started it later. I don't know, there's only so much, especially about Ruby Franke, that I can cover before I just get really irate. So pretty much like with Ruby Franke, it's like get mad with Jan. It's going to really piss you off. I have covered Ruby Franke before. Actually, when did I cover that? I can find out. Let me find out. Let me find out. This was a year ago. This is a year ago. And Bible Man. Wow. Yeah, see, I miss my short black hair. I want to go back to that. Anyways. Yeah, a year ago, I covered Ruby Franke. Hello, Lee. Get mad with Jan. We might... we should make that a segment. We should totally make that a segment. Yeah, it's been a year. I do remember that live stream. Let's see. You've descended back into the mortal world. Who is Ruby Franke? I first got interested in Ruby Franke because she used to have a YouTube family channel with her husband and her 6 children called 8 Passengers, and they're like a Mormon based family. Only the weird thing about her is like she is Mormon, but she definitely has her own twist on it, which I find very interesting, but it's not too far off, and there's a lot of Mormon ideology that's influenced her way of thinking, which I would like to point out later on. I am an ex-Mormon. I was born and raised in Salt Lake City, Utah, and my family was definitely very much Mormon. And I officially resigned how many years ago? I can't remember. I want to say 7 or 8 years. 7 or 8 years since I officially resigned from the Mormon Church. But anyways, who is Ruby Franke? What to know about the mommy vlogger accused of child abuse? Because that's where this is going. So if you're not down to like hear something like really messed up about what this lady has done to children, you might want to sit this one. I'm just giving you a little warning, a little heads up. This is what it's going to be about. What the hell is on my hand? Oh, it was a tomato seed. That's funny. It was like a little tiny tomato seed, but it was on my hand like it was a pimple or something. So anyways, Ruby Franke, a Utah YouTube star who has spent the last 8 years dishing out parenting advice to millions of followers, was arrested Wednesday along her business partner, Jody Hildebrandt. This was last week. on suspicion of aggravated child abuse. Right, because I didn't do a live stream last Friday, and I was like, oh, like I need to do a live stream about this. But at the same time, she was just arrested, and shit was just like hitting the fan. And there's been a lot more information coming out since then. So on the one hand, I wish I would have gone live last Friday, but on the other hand, it's kind of good because I have a little bit of more information and understanding. And it's not too technical, it's not too deep, but it is disgusting. And especially, there's an update today. She had a court hearing today, which lasted like 2 seconds, just for the judge to tell her and her partner, Miss Hildebrandt, what they're being charged with, and that there will be another hearing at the end of the month. And Ruby Franke decided to take the opportunity to add her 2 cents, which is really shocking and disgusting and very much like her. So we're going to get to know her a little bit. I'd say tonight's stream is probably mostly going to be about her. We are going to cover Danny Masterson and the craziness that's going on here, but I'm not as familiar with this. I'm just kind of figuring that out today alongside with y'all. And then Project 2025, we're going to look right at their website. Project 2025 is this weird... Well, it is what it says, a project by the Heritage Foundation, and they've got some bright fucking ideas to make America a theocracy and to give more power to the president than is necessary. And who would be the perfect candidate for them to do that? Trump, of course. Oh, thank you so much, Lee. Hi, Morg. Lee says, very scary world we live in. Thanks for shedding the light on the happenings. Yeah, no problem. And this is a scary world. I am scared, especially of this Project 2025. You ever just, like, so concerned about something, like, you can't respond? You're like, there's no emotion, because I'm afraid to have emotions about this, because I won't be able to do anything with them right now. Ooh, yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, everybody protect their grandparents from this. Just edit it out. We need like grandparent controls or something. Or like elderly people controls. I'm joking. Hi, Susan. Aw, thank you so much for the super chat, Morg. I really appreciate that. Hello, hello, everyone. Project 2025 is... Well, we'll get to that. And then at the end of the whole stream, just to like chillax for a little bit, there's another video of that guy trolling some like a right-wing people again, like a brand new one. So, all right. Snakes. We haven't done emojis for a while. Let's do some snake emojis. For Morg and Lee. Snakes for everyone. Everyone do snakes, just because. Hello, Katrina. Hey, Ren! We're so happy to have you home. So happy to be home, and hello, everyone. Yeah, it looked like you had a really nice trip. I'm glad you got back safely. That looked like a lot of traveling. So Renaissance Fairy and Flower Dragon got to meet. That's exciting. And both of you took really cute pictures. I really love the pictures of you, dressed up as the witch and the fairy. I don't think we have much left of the 8 passengers things. Anyways, back to Ruby Franke. So this lady, Mormon, with her husband, Mormon family, 6 kids, recently just got arrested for CA, which is child abuse. I don't want to say that word too much. I don't know how YouTube feels about me saying such words. I've said such words in the past, and I haven't had any monetization issues on that specifically. But I think you'll know what I mean. Anyways, I had concerns about this lady like a year ago when I covered because she started her company or her organization called Connections, like with an X in the middle of it, with her partner Jody Hildebrand. And the thing about Ruby Franke is she has this weird personal philosophy between like about God, and she has like these personal or like these truths, like these principles of truth. And I remember going over those exact principles last year. I can't remember what they are anymore, but I remember they were just really weird. She's got these weird ideas about, she's very family oriented, yet she's made it very clear in her ideology that she puts God first, no matter what, even above children, even above marriage and all that, which is really strange to me because you think if you're going to be prominent in giving family advice and stuff, you would want to hear that from somebody who prioritizes family the most. But she doesn't. She doesn't hold anybody over God at all, not even her own kids. And she has mentioned in the past that she's not, with her partner Jody, that they don't care about children. If they're like, your kids don't want to talk to you again, they're like, okay, so I don't want to be with my child then because God's first. So anyways, Ruby and Jody got arrested last week. How did that all go down? Well, the older kids have moved out and they're no longer speaking terms, so that's been done and over with. However, Ruby is still in possession of like 4 kids, the younger ones. So one of the younger boys, this is the scenario where a neighbor opened up their door because somebody was knocking on it and saw that it was one of Ruby Franke's children who had escaped from their basement and was coming over to the neighbor and knocking on their door, and they were asking for food and water because they were starving. And the kid had duct tape around like their wrists and their ankles and cuts on them, and they looked visibly like emaciated. So obviously the police were called. And then there was another child duct taped in the basement that they found. Really bad, especially from a lady who's like, both of these ladies who are a part of this foundation or this organization or whatever called Connections, which is all about family. Really interesting there. This gets worse. The older kids were like, yes, finally this is happening. They're saying very minimal things about it, but I guess they stated that they have tried to notify authorities of the abuse going on in the home for quite a long time. But the police and DCF, which is the Department of Children and Families, hasn't really acted upon anything. And even the neighbors said that they have been trying to contact the authorities over some, what appeared to be abuse from their end, and nothing really happened. With the younger kids, they were not allowed to speak to other children, see other children. They weren't even going to school at the time, and I guess Ruby Franke was traveling somewhere, recording podcast or whatever, and the neighbors would see the children just wandering around outside. Really, really terrible stuff. So, one of the older children reached out to the public because since this has went down, not only has the original family YouTube been taken down, but all of the YouTube videos and the website for Connections, the organization. So that's all taken down. But the public has put together a document of everything left that they could possibly find. um, which is really concerning. I wish I could blow this up because this is like too small. So this is like straight from their connections like Facebook page, and I think the Facebook is down too. I'm not sure. I haven't looked into it yet. But somebody left the comment, "My kids always come first." And the author, which I think is Ruby Franke, either her or the other chick, I have no idea, says, "May I invite you to see the truth?" Oh yeah, that sounds like Ruby Franke. Ruby Franke is obsessed with the truth. Totally obsessed. To the point where, like, it's like, lady, you're not even truthful yourself. I don't know where she got that. And you know what? We know very little about Ruby Franke's growing up herself. I assume it's a large Mormon family as well. But she must have experienced something because you got to learn that from somewhere. Someone said, "My kids always come first." She says, "May I invite you to see the truth? God needs to come first, not kids. When you finally place God in front of everyone in your life, then you can begin to truly love everyone. Keep God first." That right there is a little weird to me. Especially where you're a channel where people like come to you and it's like you don't even like, if it's not, it should be about keeping God first in your life, not about giving family advice at that point. We're going to look at some more examples of Ruby Franke's thoughts, the way she thinks, what kind of person we're dealing with here. Let's see. What is this one?
And we lived in a town.
Okay, so this is like her mentality. This is where it gets crappy. Okay. So here's a video from like her podcast. All this shit's been like deleted now, but this is like clips that people have like scraped together, because when you post shit on the internet and you delete it, it doesn't exactly go away. So let's explore her way of thinking. You're gonna love this.
House, and there were a lot of stairs that went up to my bedroom, and the family room was down a long flight of stairs, and I put my two children, my almost 6-year-old, she's probably 5, and then Chad, my 3, almost 4-year-old, on a couch, and
so like a 3 and 6-year-old, like a 4 and 6-year-old, or a 3 and 5-year-old. So we're talking like kids that are that tiny.
I put on a movie, and I said,
hold on, let me backtrack.
My two children, my almost 6-year-old, she's probably 5, and then Chad, my 3, almost 4-year-old, on a couch, and I put on a movie, and I said, "I am going to go lay down. Do not move from your couch. You got your blanket, you've gone to the bathroom, the doors were locked and bolted, and I said, I'm going to go lay down. I'm going to lay your sister down for a nap, the baby, and I'm going to go lay down. And when I come down, I will get some lunch for everybody, or a snack, or whatever it was." So they were fed, they were full, they were emptied, and...
I'm sorry. I have to hold the phone right there. I don't have kids yet, myself, but I can tell you with extreme certainty, you're not going to have a 4 and 6-year-old, or like a 3 and 5. She gave like an age range, but we'll just say 3 and 5. You're not going to have a 3 and a 5-year-old sit perfectly still on a couch for more than 10 minutes. Are you fucking out of your mind? Kids don't hold still. They don't like to. Like, I can't imagine having a 3 and 5-year-old and being like, sit on this couch and hold perfectly still for an hour and 45 minutes. That's not gonna happen. Already delusional. And why are you going upstairs to, like, yeah, you put the baby to sleep, but that's weird. So it's like you're intentionally leaving your kids unsupervised. Why would you leave your kids unsupervised at that age? I mean, fall asleep on the couch or something. Listen to me. Yes, I am somebody with no kids who is judging the parenting. I know for a fact that you can't expect a 3 and 5-year-old to hold perfectly still on a couch while you go sleep through a movie.
So I thought, okay, everything's good. And I made it very clear. I said, do not, under any circumstance, go into the kitchen. Do not go into the kitchen. You just stay right there and watch the movie for an hour. And I went upstairs.
That sounds like you're telling them to go into the kitchen. I mean, as a kid, you're like, well, now I have to go in there just to see if I can do it, and you don't notice.
And laid down. And an hour later, I came downstairs, and the movie was still going, and they were sitting on the couch, and they were cuddled in their blankets. I thought, oh, good. They did what they were told. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so relieved. Okay, so I went into the kitchen to start preparing some food. And as I walked on the floor, my feet went, they stuck. They stuck. I'm like, my foot is stuck to the floor. And as I lifted my foot up off the floor, it went, like you could hear the stickiness. I could hear it with my ears. I thought, oh my gosh, what is on this floor? And I took another step and my foot stuck and went, like it was like just sticking on the floor. And I thought, what is this? So I did what any mother would do. You know what I'm going to say, young moms? I knelt down on the floor and I smelt it. And I couldn't quite tell. And I stuck my tongue out and I licked the floor. I'm like, oh, and I licked the...
This bitch is in her kitchen licking the fucking floor.
Floor. This is pineapple juice. What in the world? How did pineapple juice get on the floor? And everywhere I walked, my foot stuck to the floor. And I thought, what? How? I'm trying to put the pieces together. Like, what happened? So I called.
Can you imagine? How are we supposed to take her seriously when she's down there licking the floor? What else is she licking? God's boots?
My two kids, and I said, come here. And they came over, and I said, do you guys know why this floor is sticky? No, we don't know. And I said, this floor was absolutely clean before I went upstairs. I went upstairs for an hour and I came down and now it is covered.
She's like one of those ladies who gets super irate and serious over like the smallest tedious things. Like, who gives a flying rat's ass? Like, Swiffer the floor and shut the fuck up.
Covered. There is something that's going on and one of you or both of you knows something and you're not telling me. And I'm going to stand here until you do. And
oh my God.
My son said, I know why it's sticky. I said, oh, and why is that?
Well, maybe nobody told you to begin with because they're afraid to tell you. Funny how, like, when you are way too tough on kids, all it does is enforce them to get better at sneaking and hiding and lying and keeping things away from you, because at that point they would rather lie and try to avoid that than to be bothered with your fucking tyranny. I mean, look at her face. Could you imagine being a little kid and then her scowling at you like a bird over pineapple juice on the floor after she licked it? She's just like, what is this? What is this on the floor? Like, weird ass lady.
Well, I thought I cleaned it up, but I guess I didn't. Him saying this in his, 3 or 4 year old vocabulary. He showed me that in the fridge there was a big Tupperware of pineapple with some juice in it. And he said, I went into the kitchen and I got the Tupperware of pineapple and I opened it to get some pineapple and it spilled and went everywhere. And I hurried and picked up all the pieces of pineapple. And then he showed me, he said, I got a paper towel and I cleaned up all of the mess and put the lid on and put it in the fridge so it didn't look like there was anything wrong.
Case closed. Podcast over. That should be it, right? Case closed. The kid tried to clean it up. I think that's a great sign of like developing responsibility. It's like, okay, here's how we finish cleaning it up. Let's get a Swiffer, Swift it up, and then you get on with your fucking day. Oh no. Oh no. Not this lady, not know how.
Well, you as anybody older than 4 years old knows that if you have pineapple juice and you take a paper towel and you soak up the pineapple juice, you're not actually cleaning the pineapple juice.
He's 4. He's 4. Any 4-year-old knows how to clean. Like, no, they don't. No, they don't. Kids don't know how to clean. What the hell are you talking about? I think it's a good job. Well done so far. I don't know. I think you should congratulate that kid for trying to be responsible for his mistake instead of being a fucking critical bitch. Every 4-year-old knows how to... Like, no. No. Does that make sense? It does not make sense to me. This does not make sense to me.
It look like there's no pineapple juice. And so I looked at him, and here's where the compassion comes in, and I hope that you can hear it.
Oh, no.
I said, that's a good thing that you told me that what you have done, and you didn't clean it up. You didn't actually clean it up, and that was dishonest. So I'm telling him the truth.
Wow. See, and this is why kids, it's this kind of parenting why kids don't want to tell you the truth. Because it doesn't matter if you do or you don't, it's never good enough. A fucking 4-year-old spilled pineapple juice on the floor, did their best to clean it up, and you're like, oh, no, you didn't clean it up, you little piece of lying shit. Like, how? I can't imagine being in that mentality of being so critical of a tiny child that's just trying to learn about life, learning how to navigate life, learning that if you don't use some cleaner to wipe up the pineapple juice, it's still sticky. You are the parent. You're supposed to teach them. That is a teachable moment. That is a teachable opportunity that you just fucking threw to the wind. And you know what she ended up teaching the kid instead? She taught them that it's best to lie because it doesn't matter either way. And he's for it, exactly. Yay! Aw, thank you so much. Hope Luna Bar, a member for 11 months. It's almost a year. You've got to be crazy. Katrina, this is an r/insane parent story. Yeah, those are crazy. We should look up some Reddit posts someday. That'd be fun. Hello, Halloween mom. Anyways, here's what she's telling this kid.
I said, that's a good thing that you told me that what you have done, and you didn't clean it up. You didn't actually clean it up, and that was dishonest. So I'm telling him the truth. You said you would not go into the kitchen, and you did. I told you under no circumstance are you to get off the couch, and you did. And I told you I would be feeding you as soon as I come down, and you felt entitled to go take. You felt entitled to take what was in the fridge and eat it, and then you made a mess, and then you tried hiding it by lying.
By the way, Ruby Franke has this weird thing about food. She uses food as a punishment for her children. So, like, if her children step out of line just a little bit, it's like, okay, you have lost your privilege to eat. Like that. Like, there's another one coming up with an example of food that'll make you mad. But yeah, losing her shit over pineapple. Man, if I was a parent, like, it would be annoying. It's just like... Because I could totally see myself as a parent, like, being like, I'm gonna lay down for a nap. You sit here on this couch, don't go anywhere, don't touch anything. But, I mean, you can't expect perfection from little tiny kids. So it's like if I wake up and find pineapple juice on the floor, and they're like, well, I wiped it up with a paper towel, I'd be like, fuck, at least you did that. And then, again, you just grab a fucking Swiffer. It takes maybe a minute and a half to go over it, and it dries, and you're done. It's really not that big of a deal. Even if you wanted the kid to follow through, say, hey, here's how you Swiffer. Like, she sets, yeah, you know what, Susan? I feel like she does. She gets enjoyment out of finding her kids being bad, and she likes the part where she punishes them, and it's like she does set them up. I mean, you tell a tiny little kid, don't do this thing, like, don't push the button. What the hell do you think they're gonna do? They're gonna push the button. She should have done, like, the reverse psychology. Like, don't you stay on this couch. Don't you dare. Don't even touch the couch. And then they're gonna stay on the couch. This gets crazier. Here's another sample. Thankfully, these people put this document together.
Shocking and horrifying allegations against popular YouTube.
Wait, no. We're right here.
But it looks like you are torturing him. Stop it. I know you're not, but it looks like you are. Okay, Russell. I'm only going to say it one more time, and then you're going to lose the privilege to eat dinner.
No. To me, that didn't look like... That seemed like way out of pocket. Like... Them boys was doing what boys do. They roughhouse. They roll around. That's what they do. I'm trying to find the one about her daughter forgetting her lunch. Let's see. What happened to that? What happened to the thing about the lunch? I gotta find it. Do. Laura, she's teaching them mommy is a bitch god. Load already. Load, I say, load. Load this instance. Why aren't you loading? That's irritating. Okay. Good old TikTok. I need to get on TikTok more. It's like, it's where you get the stuff at.
I just got a text message from Eve's teacher, and she said that Eve did not pack a lunch today, and can I bring a lunch over to the school? This happens quite often when you're raising children, because I know that her teacher is uncomfortable with her being hungry and not having a lunch, and it would ease her discomfort if I came to the school with a lunch. But I responded and just said Eve is responsible for making her lunches in the morning, and she actually told me she did pack a lunch. So the natural outcome is she's just going to need to be hungry. And hopefully nobody gives her food and nobody steps in and gives her a lunch, because then she's not going to learn from the natural outcome. My hope is that she'll be hungry and come home and go, oh man, that was really painful being hungry all day. I will make sure to always have a lunch with me.
The child she's talking about is 3 years old here. 3. Or was it 5? It doesn't matter. 3 to 5. It really doesn't matter. Cassie says, you know the teacher is always buying her lunch. Yeah, why wouldn't you? I would. That's ridiculous. It would be so ridiculous to be like, excuse me, ma'am. Yes, I notice your daughter doesn't have a lunch with her. She's very hungry right now. It's lunchtime. All the other kids are eating. Oh, you just want her to go hungry? Okay. Like, how is that not a raise for concern? Can you imagine having that conversation being like, excuse me, ma'am, like your child is fucking starving. Oh, you don't care? Okay. I've been waiting all week to shit on Ruby Frank. I've just been like holding it in for so long. Video unavailable. Oh, because it's from the original, like, connection site. Oh, let's listen to some of her ideology here. And I think we've listened to some of this. She goes on psychotic rants. Her ideas about truth, she talks about truth and distortion. Like, her truth is distorted. I don't think she has any sort of conceptualization that she herself distorts the truth all the fucking time.
Dad to me, because you're experiencing what I have seen firsthand and what many other mothers and fathers are experiencing, which is the disintegration of the village. And it all started with the disintegration of the family. So when the family disintegrates, and we've been seeing this for decades, we've been warned about the disintegration of the family. And now you're seeing its tentacles start filtering into society. You're starting to see this in the schools, even in the churches. You're seeing this in the neighborhood, where you can't rely on your neighbors to back you up. Instead, what we're seeing are neighbors who are undermining parents.
I want to see the rest of that. I don't know, like, that was too, like, short of a clip. Thank you so much, Becca, for being a member for 3 months. Says, happy to be here, a part of this community. I'm glad to have you here, too.
When you had sex first.
Wait, what?
If you end up pregnant, then you had sex first. Or if you were pregnant, you were taken advantage of. And what did you do to put yourself in this situation where you're being taken advantage of?
Well, that's her opinion on our wording. See, this is where she talks about, so her son played a prank, but she took away his bed and his bedroom for like most of a year, which is outrageous to me. Shit, why are these always like blocked out? Anyways, By the way, the older son now lives with his father. We're gonna get into like the rest of the family, what they're doing, like what the whole situation is, because Ruby Frank is getting arrested now for getting charged for child abuse, and her husband is somewhere else. She divorced her husband or kicked him out prior to this. Like she literally just like she isolated herself from her entire family, from her sisters and from her children and her husband, and she's still sticking to the whole I prioritize God first. So, but we're still going back and we're exploring the way she thinks.
My bedroom was taken away for 7 months, and then you give it back like a couple weeks ago.
I don't think our viewers know that.
You've been sleeping on a beanbag.
I've been sleeping on a beanbag since October, and they gave my room back like 2 weeks ago. Oh, I'll give you the reason why I lost my bedroom. I think so. I think this is the reason. At least.
I like how he's confused. It's been 7 months since she took his bedroom away, and he's sleeping on a beanbag in the living room. What the fuck point is that? And at this point, he's like, well, let me tell you the reason. And he's like, well, I don't really... Like, it's like he's not even really clear what the reason is anymore. When your child loses the clarity of what the punishment is for, like, it's not something to discipline your child. There's a difference between discipline, necessary discipline, and punishing because it makes you feel better. And Ruby Franke gives me the impression that she likes to punish children because it makes her feel good. Makes her feel like she's doing something right. And she justifies it with God. Funny how somebody is justifying violence with God. That certainly hasn't been done in human history before.
This is the reason that's in my head. It's pretty funny, but now I look back, I mean, it's pretty depressing.
No, we never told our viewers.
That I woke Russell up at 2 in the morning and told him that we're going to Disneyland and he has to pack. And he got up and made his bed all neatly and then packed all his clothes in a suitcase. And then he walked out the door and I'm like, Russell, and he's like, what? And he's all happy. Has his sunglasses on.
Do you think it's funny? Because
And then I walk out and...
if you think it's funny, then that was 7 months ago. Maybe you need longer without a bedroom.
It was not.
So the kid played a prank on his little brother. He woke his little brother up in the middle of the night and said, hey, we're going to Disneyland. And his little brother woke up really excited, made his bed, packed all his belongings, and met him outside. And then he was like, psych, just kidding. So to Ruby Franke, the appropriate disciplinary action for that is to completely take away his room. So no sense of space, no sense of privacy, no sense of security. You're just going to sleep on a beanbag in the living room. And it's been 7 months. 7 months. Like, at that point, the kid's not even, like, thinking about the prank anymore. At that point, the kid's just thinking about, like, what a massive bitch you are. I can guarantee that, because my mom pulled that shit on me before. She, like, whenever I would cross her, towards the end of things, she would ground me. There was one time where she would love to clean through my room and completely, like, throw shit away, like, down to the very basics. She wouldn't allow me to shut my door, and it would be for months and months and months. She officially grounded me for, like, the very last summer between, like, my last 2 years of high school. And it was so miserable. I think at that point I was able to get out and I didn't even attend my last year of high school. But it's like it got to the point where I didn't even remember what I was grounded over because so much time had passed by. And all I started learning was sheer resentment. Sheer resentment. Yeah. He's so tired, yeah.
Ruby from 8 Passengers addressed the fact that people keep saying that her kids are not going to talk to her anymore if she keeps treating them the way that she has. Her daughter's already come out and said that she's not talking to her mom anymore, but in this new video, Ruby just doesn't seem to care.
Jody and I have each shared an example from our own lives of what real love looks like, which isn't.
So the other lady is Jody, her partner, and both these women have this organization called Connections. Well, not anymore, but both of them are in prison now, or in jail right now, or detained, technically.
What the world thinks is love. They'd push back and say, whoa, that's mean. You're not going to be loved. Your children are going to kick you out of their lives. So when people say, well, if you do that, then your child's not going to trust you. If you do that, then your child's not going to love you. Well, exactly. I'm just revealing that my child is refusing to love unconditionally. I don't want anyone in my life who's not going to be loving. So if my child will only love me if I give them what they want, then that's not really love.
So this takes a very strong soul, because most of us are not even willing to consider not having our children in our lives. And I hope that you'll reconsider.
Wow. Ruby Franke has said that she does not believe in unconditional love for children. Her love is absolutely conditional. You abide by her rules, her ways, do everything exactly as she says, and if you fuck up, then you deserve it because you are in the wrong. Man, her kids are gonna have problems. I feel so sad for them. Because, I mean, I know what it's like to have a... Luckily, my mother wasn't camera savvy. Luckily, there was no YouTube or family channels. I don't think she would have ever done that. But a lot of this mentality, like, I'm seeing, not, like, verbatim with the ideology, but just... she, like, my mother would say that she would put her children first, but, like, her actions have always thrown her own children under the bus just for her to save face. Because if it ever boiled down to it where she was in the wrong and she had to admit it, she would immediately turn around and be like, well, you're a rotten child, or you did this. Damn it, a lot of these are unavailable.
No. In this home, you don't get personal space, because this is my space, because I'm the parent. If you want your own personal space, you'll need to get your own space. This is mine. And as long as you're living in my home, it is my job to know everything about you. You don't get to sneak, you don't get to hide, you don't get to have secrets. Not in my house. Do you see how loving that is?
No.
Now, if you're in distortion, you're reeling right now. If you're in distortion, you're ready to pull your hair out right now. You're ready.
Lady, if I'm wrong that thinking that's fucked, I don't want to be right.
Ready to scream. So think about how that.
You see that? You see that whole, like, dominance thing? It's like, you know, I would love to say that Ruby hates children, right? That would seem like a natural go-to. Like, she hates children. I don't think so. I think she loves children, but not as you normally would. I think she loves somebody powerless to dominate. I don't even know if this is narcissism, but this is definitely some weird... If anything's distorted, it's her connection with her power self. You know, we talk about power selves in Hyperionism. It's the part that you connect to when you need to take control of a situation and when you need to be the one in control. We talked about this in a live stream on the Neogenian Oculus not too long ago. Mark said it's like the person you become when there's a disaster going down, when things go really wrong, like who's the person you become. Sometimes that power self can be pretty, as she would say, distorted. This is a seriously distorted power self. When you think about your children as objects to dominate versus something you should nurture unconditionally, you've lost. Hey, Lucifer! Thank you so much for the super chat. She loves control and power. Exactly, yeah. So that's why I don't think it's right to say that she hates children. I think she loves children, but that love is the love to dominate. She loves to dominate children. Children are the perfect thing that she can have in her way, in her control, because she can't control other people in the world. And fuck it, I don't think she can control herself. She's got some serious shadow shit. Serious shadow shit that she has not confronted. So anyways, Ruby Franke, a Utah YouTube star who spent the last 8 years dishing out parenting advice to millions of followers, was arrested last Wednesday, alongside her business partner Jody Hildebrandt on suspicion of aggravated child abuse. Police said Franke's malnourished son escaped out a window with his arms and legs covered in duct tape, fleeing to a neighbor's house seeking food and water. Oh my God. I just can't even, if I was a neighbor and some little boy came to my door looking like that, like, please, may I have some water and a biscuit? My heart would break. I would be outraged. I would be doing that thing where you're super angry and you're crying. Like, I don't think I would handle that well. I would be like, screw the police, I'm going over there. Anyways, who is Ruby Franke? Franke is a 41-year-old Mormon mother of 6 from Ivins, Utah. Though active across several social media platforms, she is best known for her once popular YouTube channel called 8 Passengers. In over 1,000 videos since the channel's launch in 2015, Franke documents the sometimes intimate, sometimes mundane daily details of family life, gaining nearly 2.3 million subscribers in the process. And I have to make this bigger because I don't know where my glasses are and I can't read. Some of the most watched videos show her children in their most vulnerable moments of suburban adolescence, learning to shave, trying on new clothes, facing a reprimand. I gotta say, I do not like family vlog channels. I do not like family YouTube channels. I think families that are parents that have to sit and make a YouTube production out of every fucking moment of their children's lives are sick people and they need help. I know that sounds really harsh and like very judgmental, but I am judging it very harshly. When you turn your children into an object to monetize, you've lost, in my opinion. Like, you shouldn't have kids. And it's really sad that there's a lot of laws against or for kids when they participate in TV shows or movies in Hollywood. There's a lot of laws out there to protect them. There's really no laws out there to protect kids from being exploited on YouTube. There's none. It's a very big gray area. Tons of the family vlogs are really popular. People love it. They absolutely love it. And for her to be a Mormon vlogger, yeah. And you know what's interesting? Some of these gals that have got away from the family, they have their own family vlog channels as well. I got some opinions coming up about that and Mormonism influence here. Just a minute. We're just getting in, honeys. We are just getting in. I mean, I personally am not the type to watch family vlog channels because it's not interesting to me, but I could see how it's interesting to a lot of people, probably a lot of trad wives. Frankie's arms outstretched, selfie style, toggles between speaking to the children directly and making eye contact with the camera, narrating her rationale for parenting decisions as they unfold in real time. Some of her lessons contain spiritual undertone or light references or traditional values. 8 Passengers was removed from YouTube earlier this year. NPR couldn't find a publicly stated explanation for the move, but the takedown coincided with a noticeable uptick in the criticism. Really interesting that that whole 8 Passengers YouTube got completely deleted just before all this went down. There's no evidence to say that YouTube did it itself. I suspect that Ruby Franke did it. I think she kind of figured out what's gonna start coming. I'm telling you, yeah. Imaginista says, or Lee says, like, I'm angry crying already. I'm telling you, I told you all earlier before we started, I'm like, this is gonna be like a, get mad with Jan thing, because, like, this thing has done nothing but piss me off, like, all week. And it's been kind of triggering, actually, just because there's similarities, like what's going on here and like what I experienced, similarities. I'm not saying there's exact like experiences, but there's just a lot of the tone that she has, a lot of the way she delegates her authoritarianism, delegates her authority, like that's triggering to me. What is 8 Passengers and why is it so controversial? We are going to be reading that as soon as I pee and get more juice. Everybody just breathe, okay? Breathe. We're going to get through this. I need to make like a screen to hit with a hotkey that says like Jan is peeing, like BRB. I kind of like having my blinds open with all the light behind. Even though everything's like really bright right now. And I'm totally sunburnt, in case anybody didn't notice. Like I went out for a couple hours in the sun, I wore a hat, so like I'm sunburnt just right here. It's really ridiculous. I almost was like, I should just slather makeup on, and then I'm like, no, why punish my skin for my mistakes? It's already been punished enough. Elise said, dealt with a very controlling parent. They felt so out of control in regards to the abuse and trauma they had to keep quiet about it, and they took it out on his kids. Yeah. Oh, thank you so much for the super chat, Katrina. Says, Susan has the quokka. Maybe you can make one with Loppy. I miss Loppy. Where is Loppy? Loppy! I think Loppy ran away somewhere. He'll come back. We need to bring Loppy back. I'm bringing Loppy back. I'm bringing Loppy back. He was the revolutionary unicorn. But I think I'm going to give him a new title. I think he's going to be the evolutionary unicorn. So before the news of Franke's arrest, a string of exposed-style videos and blog posts from other creators cataloged moment after moment of perceived toxic behavior. Some of this criticism takes aim at the style of content altogether, saying Franke is one of hundreds of content creators who force children too young to consent to trade their privacy for her financial gain. It's a common refrain in today's influencers' discourse. Earlier this month, Illinois became the first state to introduce a law mandating child influencers receive financial compensation for appearing in video content. Yes! Yes! Good for you. New Illinois law wants to ensure child influencers get a share in their earnings. This includes videos of children on family YouTube channels or TikToks and sponsored posts on Instagram. Sometimes the children are stars of their own accounts. This comes as a conversation grows online about whether children can consent to their photos. Yeah, because children can't. They can't. You go up to a 3-year-old and you film them playing with toys and it makes a big video, makes lots of money. They can't consent to that. And what happens to them? So I'm happy about that. There needs to be more laws. Like, there needs to be more laws about featuring children. I mean, to me, it's like, if you first have a baby, it just looks like a baby. I think it's perfectly fine to post pictures of your baby. Look at my baby, things like that. But, like, there's a certain point where you shouldn't have your children in there. Even like one of my favorite podcasters, every time their children happens to be in the studio or whatever, they blur it out or they cut it out. Like, and you'll just maybe hear their voice, but like I think it's more appropriate to blur children out of videos like that. I really do. I think that's the appropriate step to take. You blur minors' faces out of videos. But other concerns over 8 passengers focus specifically on Franke and her strict parenting techniques. Claims she openly abused her children in front of millions of eager viewers. In one video posted in June 2020, Franke's then 15-year-old son said he slept on a beanbag chair for 7 months after being banned from his shared bedroom for pranking his younger brother into believing he was being taken to Disneyland. Franke defended the decision to revoke her son's bedroom privileges, but added that the beanbag comment had been taken out of context. The teen had been given a choice of sleeping on a blow-up or pull-out mattress, but declined. That, it doesn't matter. That's an extreme punishment for something that's really stupid. The other video where she refused to be... Oh, a 6-year-old. Okay, it doesn't matter. A 6-year-old forgets their lunch. They're 6. There are also videos of Franke threatening to cut the head off her child's teddy bear. Oh, I saw that one. So I guess one of the little girls got into scissors or something, was cutting some things. And Ruby Franke grabbed her favorite teddy bear and said, I'm going to cut the head off this teddy bear if you don't knock it off. Which to me just seems like really abusive. The one where she took away her kids' presents. Oh, that one was fucked. Let's see. Where can we find that? Yes, this.
I'm scared to share this.
As well you should be.
because knowing people these days, I don't know if people are gonna, how they're gonna respond. So Kevin and I, we have 6 children. The 2 youngest are showing long patterns of selfishness. They have been showing through their choices, their unwillingness to repent, their unwillingness to feel sorrow over some pretty egregious choices that they've made. So Kevin and I have decided that.
Can you give us some examples? Do we have examples? Like what do you mean long patterns of selfishness? And hello, children, mirror their parents. Children mirror their parents. So, if you're seeing behavior in your child that you don't like, maybe take a look in the mirror. Just saying. If they're exhibiting signs of selfishness, you know what? It's probably because she deprives them so much. She's always threatening to not feed them, take away their food, take away their things, destroy their things, take away anything that they should be entitled to. I think that kind of environment you're naturally going to become somebody who wants to hoard. You're going to want to hoard things. You're going to want to hide things. You're going to want to be really sneaky, all in the name of protecting yourself and self-preservation.
We are going to give the gift of truth to them this year for Christmas.
Oh, goody.
We are going to give them the gift of boundaries.
Wait, what is this? So we got honesty, we got responsibility, and we got humility. In honesty, we have validation, vulnerability, curiosity, clarity. Over responsibility, we have forgiveness, repentance, and boundaries. And then in humility, we have love, empathy, and compassion. Wow. You know what? If I took a picture of some stock footage and I just put a bunch of random words on it, I could also randomly create some bullshit idea of gifts of truth. I could also take random words and create some bullshit ideology that justifies me being a dick.
We're going to give them the gift of repentance. So we sat down with them and we told these 2 what our expectations were again. And we let them know how deeply sorrowful we've been because of the choices that they've been making and how it's affected their teachers at school. It's affected their peers. It's affected our home, the siblings. And we just laid it out very clear. And we told them that this year they are not going to be visited by Santa. So they will, and we prepped them. We let them know that the Christmas morning, their 4 older siblings will be getting Christmas presents to open, and that they will have the gift of love from their dad and I. Because we want...
That should be basic. That should be default. Love from your parents is the default status in which you exist in your home with your family at any time of year. So emotional abuse, exactly. Mark says, I'm sure it couldn't be that she lacks the psychological resilience to effectively parent so many children, or that some jealousies, petty pranks, etc. emerge from having so many siblings. We really just don't know much about Ruby Frank's upbringing herself. We don't. She doesn't really have much information about it. I think what's known is that she was in a large Mormon family herself. I don't know if her parents were really hard and strict herself, or which could be the case, or maybe, sometimes people get really weirdly strict like this because their home life was super chaotic and unpredictable, and it's their way of gaining control. I think I've said this about her before. 6 kids is rookie numbers for Mormons. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying, Mark. Also, yeah, you have so many damn kids. How do you expect to keep track of them all?
Them to really have a visceral experience that hits them. So up until now, I was really hoping that like keeping them home from school and wiping the floorboards would like really bring pain. Like, oh my gosh, I really want to change this behavior that I've been exhibiting. And it wasn't painful for them. They're like, oh yay, we get to stay home from school and clean floorboards. This is kind of fun. It's like, so, they've had these visceral.
So her entire goal with her punishments, as we see, like in these like several examples, is her goal is to inflict pain. I mean, she's just outright like self-reporting.
Experiences, and they haven't affected them. It's because they're so numb. And so the more numb your child is, the greater experience, the bigger the outcome. They need to wake them up. You're not going to push them.
The more numb they are, the more I have to be a bitch, because they'll never learn that I am queen bitch of the universe, and they will worship no one but me. I'm sorry, she does not hold God first. She holds herself first. Especially in terms that we understand, because we all understand there is no magical sky daddy that's telling her what to do. She's literally just ingratiating herself as a queen of pain and torture. She's like, what's that? It's like Cersei or something from Game of Thrones. Like, that's what she reminds me of. She looks like her. Is that right? Is her name Cersei or something like that? I only watched it once. Yeah. She's this lady from Game of Thrones. Like, straight up. This is Ruby Franke. 100%. Even looks like her, too. Joffrey!
Boulder with just your hands. You need some real leverage. And the biggest leverage that a little child has is probably Santa Claus. And so...
How can I manipulate these children the hardest? I know! Santa Claus! That's the leverage I have. That's a weird, sick way of thinking. A weird, sick way of thinking. How can I emotionally manipulate my child the most?
I expressed to them that I love your soul more than anything in this world. And I literally would do anything to...
Your soul I love. You,
to
not so much.
Into repentance.
And I don't like you.
Say that.
Just your soul.
I would do anything for my kid. But really, what I think most parents are saying is, I would give anything to you if I would pay any price monetarily. I don't know how many parents are actually willing to put any boundary in place that would bring a turnaround, that would really bring repentance. So that is our gift. Our gift is a reflection of truth to our child of, this is how selfish you have shown up. And it's not like once or twice.
That's so manipulative. She's punishing her children because she thinks they've been selfish, but she's describing her punishment to them as a gift of love. That is so manipulative. So basically, you're conditioning your children to think about abuse as love. That is so gaslighting. That is so massively gaslighting. It reminds me, my mom used to say this shit to me when I was really depressed and down in the dumps. She'd be like, what do you have to be sad about? You're not being abused. It's like, okay, thanks. This isn't abuse. Thank you, mommy. Thank you, mommy, dearest. I'm so happy, mama. I love my mama. Yeah, very good, Mark. By selfish, she really means children with unrecognized and unaddressed needs. And that's why I said, she's the type of parent where when she punishes her children, she takes things away. She takes things away. So I think the selfishness is naturally going to come out because they're not trying to be selfish. They're trying to get what they can get, and they're trying to cling on to it and hoard it. So basically, she's the Christian God, says Lucifer. Thank you, by the way, for that. Pretty much. I mean, she outright says that you don't put your kids first. You put God first. And that's how you can truly love people, if you put God first. Which is so hypocritical, it doesn't even make any sense. And we all know that there is no Sky Daddy. So she's putting herself first. She's not putting God first. She's putting her idea of God first. She's putting her ideas first. Her ways of thinking, her ways of feeling, how she sees the world is the ultimate objective truth. Everybody needs to bow under it, but because she can't get other adults to bow under her with that, all she has is her children.
It's not 1 week. This is like months and months and months and months and months you have shown up this selfish. And so I'm going to reflect truth to you equally, which is about the equivalent of Santa not coming.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. I don't think this lady has any education in child care, by the way. I don't think she has any education in child psychology, family sociology, anything like that whatsoever. She sent her oldest boy to a behavioral camp where youth spend a minimum of 49 days in the wilderness with little gear. The behavioral camps, I know for a fact that she sent that son to. There's behavioral programs in Utah. There's a lot of them for troubled teens. And it's a place where they put kids and torture the fuck out of them. It's like fucking Dr. Phil's ranch, which is based in Utah. And it turned out that whole facility is under extreme, investigation for literally murdering children. I think this lady is going to be self-righteous to the bitter fucking end. I think she's always, no matter what she's charged with, no matter how much time she spends in jail, she will always have the mentality, this is God's way, this is my mission, this is what I'm supposed to do, and I must now double down and speak the truth even harder because obviously this is a challenge. So, around the same time, Franke stopped posting on 8 Passengers. So the family channel, the YouTube channel was starting to fizzle out. She started appearing in other video series with The Connections. This was last year, when I covered this last year. So The Connections builds itself a mental health curriculum and counseling service structured around the principles of impeccable honesty, rigorous personal responsibility, and vulnerable humility. The founder of the company, Jody Hildebrandt, is a therapist who had her license suspended in 2012 after she disclosed a patient's porn addiction to his Mormon church leaders. I smell a rat. You don't do that. Here's where we get closer to my opinions of what's going on here and how the Mormon church is involved. Okay? I want you to take this piece of information about this lady's license being suspended because she told a church leader about a porn addiction on one of their members. I want you to put a little bookmark in that, okay? Just put a little bookmark in that part because I'm going to bring that point back up in a bit. Because I have such an opinion about this, so much I think I might actually make a video about Ruby Frank. I think I might make like a video just like going from beginning to end and like sort of talking about all this again, only like more officially. So let's just call this the rough draft, shall we? I am this passionate, mainly because like I'm passionate about justice being served to abusive religious parents. Specifically, abusive religious parents. Like, get mad with Jan. It's gonna be a thing. I'm a steaming. I'm so steaming, my face is red! The founder of the company, Jody Hildebrandt, yep. Oh my god, I can't believe that. What a witch. I'm glad her license got taken away. And, you know, it's so funny because it's like long after her license got suspended, she's putting together this channel about giving advice of impeccable honesty. You weren't honest with your, like, why even become a licensed therapist if you're just going to be dedicated to your church instead? You know how many fucking counselors are in Mormonism? People who is like Joe the plumber giving you life advice. You know, like, you can be religious and be a counselor. You don't need to go get a license. So she fucked up there, and I'm glad it got taken away. Because when you're a licensed therapist, your duty is to your the well-being and the care of your clients, not your religion. So, the two share values-based lessons on topics like blame, control, and denial, with notes on family life infused throughout. Connection's YouTube page was removed on Friday following the news of the woman's arrest. So literally just last Friday. Like, if we were to cover this last Friday, it like that, we would be looking at the website and then suddenly it would be taken down. Like, it happened that fast. It's unclear whether that has been removed by the company or by YouTube. I think it was removed by the company. Maybe YouTube, I don't know. Probably by the company. Especially where the 8 Passengers channel was removed shortly before like all this went down. I think they're trying to cover the tracks as much as possible. So around 10:50 a.m. on last Wednesday, Franke's 12-year-old son, a 12-year-old little boy, climbed out of the window, and it's of Hildebrandt's house. So this is actually from Jody's house. This isn't from Ruby Frank's house herself. Ruby Frank was at Jody Hildebrandt's house, okay, and those two were filming podcasts in there. So he ran to a neighbor's home asking for food and water. The neighbor noticed duct tape around the child's ankles and wrists, and they called the police. The responding officer said the child appeared severely malnourished and had sustained deep lacerations from being tied up with a rope. Which sounds like he was tied up with a rope and he got the cuts from trying to, like, break free. The boy was transported to a local hospital while police searched Hildebrandt's home. There, they discovered another child, Franke's 10-year-old daughter, who appeared to be malnourished. She was also taken to the hospital. In total, 4 of Franke's children were removed into the care of the Department of Child and Family Services, according to a press release from Santa Clara. Franke and Hildebrandt were arrested on suspicion of 2 felony counts each of aggravated child abuse, though charges have not yet been filed through the local court system. They have, I believe, today. Like, literally just today, there was a court hearing where the judge read them the charges. So I believe they are officially filed at this point. Literally today. Like at 1 1:30 Utah time today. And I missed it. I was like, I missed it. Franke declined to speak with officers and requested an attorney. The affidavit said that's what the affidavit said. The name of the attorneys for either women had not been publicly listed on court documents as of Friday. A lawyer reportedly representing Franke's husband did not respond to an NPR voicemail seeking a comment at the time of publication. A call to the number listed for connections was unreturned. A judge granted a detective's request that Franke be held without bail. Both women are still in custody as of Friday morning, so they're still in custody right now. What's our family saying? Sherry Franke, the family's eldest daughter at age 20, has not replied to NPR's request for comment, but has been seen posting about her mother's arrest on her Instagram stories. On Wednesday night, she shared a photo of officers at her childhood home and captioned, "Finally," according to several news outlets caught the initial story, which disappears by design after 24 hours. Sherry later shared that she and her family were so glad justice is being served and had been trying to tell the police and CPS for years about this. She also called for help collecting links to questionable concerning videos featuring her mother and shared a link to a Google Doc filled with public contributions. This is the doc that we're looking at. This is the doc here. This is what we have access to. It's public for everybody. Ruby Franke's 3 sisters, who are also family influencers, said in a joint post that the arrest needed to happen for the last 3 years. And so here's where I'm just like a little weirded out. So this is Ruby's sisters making this statement. And they said, for the last 3 years, we have kept quiet on the subject of our sister Ruby for the sake of her children. Behind the public scene, we have done everything we could try to make sure the kids are safe. The kids are now safe, which is the number one priority. I'm bothered by the reasoning for being quiet for 3 years, for the sake of her children. I'm bothered by that reasoning. I really am. I really genuinely am. Because on the one hand, they're like, oh, we've tried to do things. We kept quiet just for the sake of our children. But it's like, if you know that there's abuse happening in the home, why did you stay quiet about it? And how is that for the good sake of the children? How is keeping quiet good for the children when they obviously needed to be taken out of that environment immediately? I think the best action probably would have been to take it very public. And it's like, behind the public scene, we have done everything we could try to make sure the kids were safe. Here's the thing. And I remember you to bookmark that thing about Jody losing her license for reporting her client to her church leaders. I am suspicious. I am suspicious because I've seen, even firsthand, the Mormon church getting involved in serious legal matters and how they can kind of make things go away. The thing about Mormonism is, at the pinnacle, at the top of their ideology, they have this idea of eternal family. You know, you're with your family for an eternity. You're sealed to your family. Like, family is a really big, important thing. And if there's any sort of break in a family dynamic, if there's any malpractice, if there's something bad going on within a family dynamic, the church will sweep it under the rug and try to, if there's any legal issues going on, they'll try to sweep it under the rug, and then they'll encourage the family to stay together for the sake of the church. It wouldn't surprise me, and again, this is just my personal opinion, my personal suspicion, my personal speculation. I could see this family going to the authorities, going to DCFS, going to the police, trying to make a deal out of this. But most likely, some of those authorities were Mormon themselves. And if there's one thing Mormons do not like to do, is to break up families, even if it's for the best. Even if it's better for a family to be broken up because it's so toxic, they will slide things and sweep it under the rug so that that's not a result. So I suspect that a lot of this went on for so long, even having been reported to authorities, because of how much Mormonism is influenced in Utah's culture. There are Mormon police officers, there are Mormon people working in DCFS. And a good example is Jody Hildebrandt going to a church leader to tell them about her client's porn addiction, knowing that that would really hurt them. It's this idea that we need to put the church first, and we need to operate under the principles and the guidelines of the church before we even think about general public legalities. Like, more, they'll always be dedicated to the church leaders and the church appearance, especially too if these people, this family is like Ruby's family is Mormon, and they were having that family YouTube channel, and that YouTube channel is getting a lot of monetization. If they're then paying tithing to the church, and a lot of it, because if they're making a lot of money and they're getting given 10% or more, the church will definitely protect a family, even if it seems toxic. They will protect the appearance that they're perfect just for the sake of getting the money. They really will. Exactly, Mark. Mark says a broken family dynamic within a Mormon family breaks their mythology. Right. And Mormons say, quite like verbatim, families need to stay together forever. Families are together forever. Like, there's literally a ritual within the church where you seal your family together for all eternity. It's a big deal. So that's what I suspect is happening. I suspect that there was effort to report all of this to the authorities, and I wouldn't be surprised if some of the Mormon practicing authorities wouldn't actually make a case out of this because it should be settled within the church instead. It's a God matter. That's, to me, is a serious issue with churches. When they get so intertwined and interwoven with how, like, society and the government needs to operate, that it just kind of fucks things up and ruins people's lives. That's where I have a big problem. And that's where I don't think people realize that churches are a serious issue. You know, people often, like, they'll get after me, like, why are you so hard on the Mormon church? It's like, have you actually looked at what they do? What they support? I mean, my abusive mother I grew up with, don't like her, don't give a shit about her, but I do recognize that she got slapped in the face when she went to her church leader before I was born and said, hey, help me, my husband's abusing my children. And they told her point blank, well, don't make a case out of this, don't go to the police. Like, you need to solve this with your husband and God. And you're a middle-aged lady with kids, you're not going to do well, like, remarrying at this time anyway, so you really need to stay with your husband, you need to keep your family together, you need to work it out with God. Totally brushed under the rug. That's another example of, like, how the Mormon church does that shit. So let's see. We have the full 911 recording, and then we're going to talk about what happened after the hearing. I have to pee again. Hold on. So we're gonna listen to a little bit about the 911 dispatch audio. If it's too much for you, I understand. You don't have to listen to this. So we'll spend about 15 maybe minutes on this.
Police say this is the house a young child escaped from and went to a neighbor's house asking for food and water. They said that child was severely malnourished along with another one they found inside the same home. Police say a clearly malnourished 12-year-old child crawled out of the window of Hildebrand's Ivans area home. A neighbor called 911 when he showed up at their house asking for food and water. Officers say his wrists were duct taped. He had wounds from being tied up across his body. Investigators say they found a 10-year-old girl inside the same house who was also malnourished.
What is up, Particular? Welcome back to the channel, and thank you for stopping by. Wanted to touch on Ruby Franke. We talked about this yesterday. This is the woman that had this channel, 8 passengers, had over 2 million subscribers, now is being charged with child charges, her business partner as well. And yesterday, we listened to the 911 dispatch call, but apparently there's 2 other parts, so we didn't listen to the whole thing. So I'm going to start from the beginning over with part 1, and then we'll listen to part 2 and 3.
12x11, 12x4, if you come back on a child abuse.
Control Medic 42 and you 42 on scene.
Copy 1060.
Control 12x11, I'll be 17, I'll back 17.
Tampa, this is where he said a 12-year-old male showed up with tape around his legs Thursday asking for help, said he was afraid asking for police.
Afraid for asking for police.
Copy 17.
Temper.
7 Alpha, 17 as well.
Temper.
101 to back.
Temper.
10-4, you can show me 17.
Temper, he gave the name of Russell Franke, unknown date of birth, or he did give us the date of birth, but I'm not showing any Russells and Stillman. I'll keep looking into that. The RP said he left through the porch of the neighbor's house. Stand for break 12x11 and 17 to 1014. The male does have duct tape around each ankle. He's not telling the RP why.
Oh, Jesus.
And said that there's sores around his wrists and ankles. He's becoming, or correction, the RP is becoming emotional regarding the
Sores, huh?
child's health. I'm going to go ahead and have medical stage on this one.
So, I mean, already we're getting that, like, the kid is terrified to go to the police, is terrified to say what actually is happening. And I'm sure it's because Ruby has conditioned these kids, as we said before, to not recognize the abuse as a serious deal. Like, they're afraid. They're like, oh no, if mother finds out that I'm over here and this is a big deal, then she's going to catch me on my lies and my distortion of it. That's really concerning to me, that a child would be placed in a situation where they're so desperate, like they're escaping to get food, and they're just terrified of like any sort of consequences coming back to them because they're afraid it might get worse. They're afraid it might get worse beyond being duct tape bound and roped, and I'm surprised not gagged, frankly.
Copy. 1X4323.
Yep. 12X11, 12X4, or 17, sorry. The ERP said that he left from a neighbor's Jody Hildebrand in Ivan's 54-year-old female. Not sure if they're related. When asking the ERP's parents info, he said his mom is Ruby Franke, unknown where she lives.
Copy.
12X11, 12X17. I do have a Ruby Franke spelling with an E on the end of Franke. Address out of Springville. Only involvement was a traffic offense a couple of days ago.
Copy.
She has nothing on her record, just a simple
He's
traffic
also
violation.
saying that there's two of his sisters are back at the home as well.
Copy that. Control 12X11, 23. 12X11, 12X5, will you give me a 21? 10-4.
I just don't understand, like, what children could possibly do to where you're like, the correct action would be to duct tape them together, starve them, and let them sit there with, like, cuts on them.
Control 12X17.
Go ahead.
Do you have an address for that, Jody?
Sandbar 8.
This is a lot of, like, police jargon.
10-4, can you put that on the CAD, please?
7. Martina, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, Lee, you're right. The principle, the idea that children are born sinners, many people are convinced, which is really interesting, actually, that Ruby Franke has this idea that her young children under 8 years old are selfish and they're sinful and they do sneaky things and they manipulate her and they lie to her, things like that. It's really interesting to me that she has that mentality as a Mormon, because in Mormonism, children are born perfectly innocent, and you are baptized at the age of 8. When you are baptized at the age of 8, that's when you officially become a member of the church, and that's when God starts holding you accountable for your sins and your actions. So it's very opposite of like what Ruby tries to insinuate with the actions she takes with her kids. She's trying to teach her 5-year-olds and her 6-year-olds a repentance and things like that. That completely goes against like the Mormon religion. Kids would be innocent. Like, you have to help them. You have to help them navigate through life and their thoughts and feelings and actions. She didn't do that. It's like completely backwards. That's why I say I'm weirded out by Ruby Franke, because she's Mormon, so is Jody Hildebrand, but they're like they have their own weird interpretation of what God wants. So that's why it's like I get a lot of the mentality, but it's really difficult for me to pinpoint the justification with Mormonism in her actions and explaining her actions and what she does.
Standby.
1 Alpha, can you copy a welfare check?
10.
She's a complete sadist. Totally, 100%. She gets pleasure off of inflicting pain on others. She loves it. That's why I say she doesn't hate children. She loves children. She loves opportunities to torture.
12X17, it looks like if you're at the looking out the front, go left, it's going to be your
blocking out. When they beep things out, it's like private information,
Copy
like
that, thank
addresses and stuff.
Copy.
RP and the Juve are going to be sitting out on the front porch. No visible weapons. The male is currently wearing a long sleeve and shorts. And medical's 23 as well.
10-4, ETA, 3 minutes. Medical's in front of me. Control Force 28, you can assign me that custodial. I'll be 21.
28, thank you. 10-4, I'll send you Jody's 27 as well.
So they have both of them in custody.
312, control 1036.
Go for it.
All right, this is part 2.
12X511. Go ahead. Hey, 314, the wounds on his leg are pretty good. 10-4.
12X17. 70 Bus.
Can you run a Rose Frank?
10-4. Confirming Rose, Frankie.
Of course.
12X511, 314, medical's gonna...
Yeah, having the like being a kid, having the police come to your house because there's like crazy shit going on, that sucks. I know what it's like. I know people who know what it's like. It's really surreal. Like you almost don't believe it's happening. Like it's just you feel totally like, at least for me, I felt like totally detached from those moments. For example, I had a really abusive alcoholic older brother who sometimes would get so belligerent the police were called over. One time in particular, I remember, actually a few times it would involve a gun. He would get a hold of a handgun that my father had and would either threaten to shoot himself or he would shoot up. One time he shot up the garage. But having police over dealing with that shit is just, it's no good.
Transport him, said that his wounds are in need of immediate care.
Copy. Control, for you, show myself in 5 heading that way.
Stillman, I don't have any Rose Frankies coming back in Stillman or in Utah. I did find a Ruby Frankie, which I sent to 12X11, showing an address out of Springville. However, only involvement is a traffic offense a couple days ago.
I'm like nervous smoking. Oh my god, stop it, Jan.
Control 12X11, 314 as well. The child looks very emaciated.
Child looks very emaciated. That's what the officer said.
Copy 1109.
Get medical there.
1109.
Pronto.
12X5, 12X17, go ahead with me. He's on the phone.
17, this is 3. Will you just make sure that nothing happens until you get people there to look at what's going on?
4, you want medical to hold off to transport to the hospital?
We need to get some photographs first.
Oh, shit. And I'm assuming those photographs aren't public. I don't know if I would want to see them anyways.
Yeah, if he's alert and breathing, just hang out and wait for us, please.
Could you imagine being a prosecutor for like child abuse cases and just like the endless amounts of like photos and content you would have to see of like abused children? I don't know how those people do it. It's sad how slow the police are with these things. So much paperwork to go through. It's true. It's true. I watch a lot of police videos. I don't like cops. That's not why I watch them. But I do watch a lot of police videos. And there is a lot of processes to go through when you handle pretty much anything. They have to go step by step by step by step. They have to do this. They have to do that. They have to wait for this. They have to communicate that. Before, like, police can't just come in and just arrest people and just immediately, like, go to jail. Like, you have to communicate a certain process of things. And in some cases, that's, you know, it is necessary to have a process about things, but it's like, sometimes it's like, man, we need more action, you know? It's like being stuck between a rock and a hard place.
12X11, control.
Good.
After doing a little digging, it looks like that 27 I sent you for Ruby Frankie is going to be the one that is associated with the Jody Hildebrand. They're both showing as therapists from Salt Lake and associated through social media as well.
Got 12X1711, can you head over here to the road?
Okay, this is a complete side note. Is it me, or is there something about just the tone and, like, the style of, like, CB radio communication where you have, like, the sort of ambience around it? There's something about it that's just creepy. I don't know what it is. It just sounds ominous and creepy. I don't know why. It just kind of, like, rubs me the wrong way. Like any second I'm expecting ghosts to like start screaming through the fucking CB radio. I don't know why. Like it's just there's something just really, I don't know, unhuman about it.
Control 12X11, what's the address for that Jody Hildebrand?
Sorry, which address for Jody?
Do you have an address for her in Kansas?
Yeah, 10-4. She's just a few streets up showing the address of...
Oh, shit. Where was I here?
Hospital. 12X1711, can you head over?
A few streets up showing the address of... Like, per her Facebook, her and Jody both are therapists showing addresses up or locations.
Lee says nowadays the police can look you up on social media and generally find an insane amount of information even before actually getting it on the ground to investigate. It's true. And I think authorities, the legal system, the judge, everyone associated with that is going to take a hard look at Jody's past behavior with her children through her videos. And that's where I'm suspicious, and I think or not Jody, Ruby, both of them, frankly. But I think Connections was deleted by them because I think they thought like, oh shit, we don't want this to be taken into evidence. Which, if that's the case, if that is the case, which I don't know, I'm just speculating, I feel like that could be an obstruction of justice. I feel like that could be like a charge. Like if you're trying to delete evidence pertaining to the case, like I believe that would be obstruction of justice and that would be a charge. But the fact that Ruby deleted her whole 8 Passengers family channel, I also think because she must have known something was going to come to a head, or she was going to move into a direction where she didn't want to be associated with that anymore. It's just really weird to me why those 2 channels would be deleted. surrounding this incident. Okay, the 8 passengers channel was definitely deleted like a while ago. But for the connections one to be deleted Friday, the Friday after the Wednesday that they got arrested, that's weird to me. I don't know, I don't know why YouTube would do that themselves. I don't know why. There's no evidence that they did that, but if Jody did that, or their company did that, I feel like that would be obstruction of justice.
Further work up in Salt Lake as well.
Mormons.
Copy, 10-4, that's going to be the mom.
Looks like we did have an involvement with mom on the 25th of this month. It was a traffic offense in a white Honda. Also in the 28 year cat as well. 12x11, triple I is going to be negative on mom. I threw the 28 in the call as well.
Thank you. Control, about what time did this get called in?
The call was created at 11:02.
10-4, thanks.
Okay, and the last part here, part 3.
12x11, I think I may have found Dad. Also a Kevin Franke address out of Springville.
No, it's a business. So
Oh my god, yeah. Isn't this the cookie cutter family that ends up with the Netflix series because they're abusive and crazy? Fuck yeah. This is gonna be on Netflix soon, honeys. Get ready for the documentary!
14, I can't get that 28 to return for this attempt tag. Just 1049 data run. Also a vehicle search on Jody. She's showing a white Lexus ES sedan.
Four. 12x1711, that's going to be there. She's the one that pulled up next to me on the road. 10-4. Control 12x11, can you hold there? We're searching the house.
12x11, different. I'll use the channels clear for emergency traffic control quick.
Control 6 Alpha, 1082 is that female?
6 Alpha, copy 1145.
You know, I mean, it's great that we have access to this whole 911 recording, but it's not really a lot of information. I mean, unless you understand the codes, what the police officers are saying, you know, like the 10 whatevers, the things like that, which I'm not familiar with. This is kind of, it's kind of boring. It's not a lot of information.
Hey, will you guys take care of 263 Lima, please?
I just took a
Copy.
allergy pill. These kids are going to need so much therapy. If they get it.
Coleman, you have 3 and 1 that are coming up behind you.
If they can get it, I mean, I don't know.
2x12, control 1036.
10-4.
Effort.
You know, it seems like that's the natural course. It's like, oh, children are in an abusive situation and they come out of it. Well, they put them in therapy. Like, that's what should be happening. But I feel like in reality, the way things really are, that's just not the case. I think a lot of these things, a lot of the wounds, the emotional and mental scarring from these things, I feel like they're always like carried, you know, with the victims. And I don't feel like they're ever addressed much. But I could just be speaking just out of sheer, like, feeling and opinion on that, because I myself, coming out of a really abusive home situation, didn't seek therapy or really start addressing it till, frankly, very recently in my life. Like, within the last, I'd say, 5 to 8 years of my life have I really like sat down and started processing everything that I went through, because I don't think my brain really allowed for it. You know, there's a lot of abuse that people experience when they grow up with that, and it's just a day-to-day thing or just a very reoccurring thing. I think you get to a point, at least for me, this is what I did. Your brain just starts not processing it. Like, your feelings shut down. Like, you just kind of put everything on the back burner, and you sort of just survive through it the best you can. You completely shut down. And that shutting down status that you have, the shutdown mode, is carried along for a long time until you open it up. And then when you open it up, that's when you start processing the emotions that you felt 15, 20 years ago, you know, now. Because you put them on the back burner so long just to survive the moment. And you have to get yourself into a safe place where you start opening that up and taking a look at it. And it wasn't until I started doing that I truly started to find and explore the shadow of myself, the mirror part of myself, the power self dynamic, the corrupted power self that I've had. I definitely have issues with like the power self that I'm working on, where the power self is corrupted because it's a very vengeful power self that just wants to, you know, return the favor of controlling and taking over and things like that. So I think, you know, it's like, it's easy to say, oh, just get right into therapy. But I think there's just the period where people just carry the baggage with them that they don't open up for a long time. Lee says the state therapists are overbooked and can hardly care about every child like they need to. Yeah, it's true, too. There's not a lot of services available. And for God's sakes, in Utah, like, if those therapists are Mormon, like, how is that going to help if they just give you religious advice, you know, or instruction?
Control Tango 1, 1041.
Katrina says, my mother sent me to a therapist to fix me. I'm sorry.
Control Forge 28, 1023.
You know, sometimes abusive parents will, I think in that case, like Katrina's case, abusive parents will send kids to therapy, but its therapy there is being weaponized. Are that many people out there Mormon? I think it's 60% of people in Utah are Mormon. And the Mormon church is well established in America. It is well established in America. There are Mormon people in positions of government power. So, I mean, they're not the head honcho of everything. They're not the tippity top of everything. But Mormons definitely have a hand in saying things. Especially within the state. Within the state of Utah. There's definitely going to be Mormons, Mormon police, Mormon DCFS, Mormon counselors, Mormon people involved with situations like this. 60%. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. How many people in Utah are Mormon? I'm pretty sure it's 60%. How many people in Utah are more 62% out of 3.1 million residents. That is how many people are Mormon in Utah. That is the place I grew up in. Fun times. And they are rich. And they are rich. There's a lot of rich Mormons. There's also a lot of poor Mormons. It doesn't matter if you're rich or poor. The church is going to ask you for your money. And that's the sad part too. Just side note, like when the church asks you for 10% of your income. Now, if you're dirt fucking broke and you can barely make ends meet, you can barely even feed your kids, that's where the church takes advantage of you. They'll ask you for 10% of your income and you're like, I literally can't do that. They're like, it's okay. We'll pay half your rent and we'll feed you. Just give us 10% of your income and come to church and believe in what we believe. So they pretty much prey on vulnerable people and people who are desperate to convert them. That's a tactic they use to convert people. They do that to a lot of lower class people. And it's really weird. I remember going to church, like, we were like because you have like the church building and then you have different wards, and sometimes different wards share the same building, but they go to church at different times. Like either you're the early morning church group or you're like the afternoon church group. And I remember there was like, I don't know if they were Samoan or what, or Asian, but it was like here's like I attended like the white people ward and they're like, we have this other ward that attends church in the afternoon, and those are like the brown people. And I'm like, even as a kid, I'm like, this feels weird. Like, what's happening here? What in the segregation is going on in here? But I mean, yeah, you get these rich white Mormons, and then you have like the impoverished colored people, and those are like the poor wards that they take advantage of. Everybody's taken advantage of. But more so in that direction. I think you know where I'm going with that. How they take advantage of colored people.
A little bit about Dad. I believe his name is Kevin Franke. It's kind of weird that I guess he didn't know. How do you not know your kids are emaciated or like being starved and tortured? And I mean, I wonder.
This is where I have questions about this too. Where was Kevin? Where was Ruby's husband in this period of time where the kids become emaciated and starved and like tied up? Where was he? Because I know the older son lives with him, but it's like, what was he doing in all this? And he was also there, like, before him and Ruby separated, he was a part of the weird punishments that they put on their children. So it's like, in some ways, I think most likely he was a victim himself and she abused him as well. But here's the thing. You could be a victim and an abuser at the same time. You know, if you're a victim, it doesn't mean you're perfect, you're pristine and clean and righteous. Like, you could be an abuser too. So on the one hand, I think, yeah, he's probably like a victim of Ruby's as well. But secondly, he was the other adult in this situation. He was the other person who had the say. And what did he say? What has he done? What actions has he taken against all of this? Where is his role in all of this? That's what I'm a little bit outraged of. Next to Ruby's sister saying, we've done all we can do, but we decided it was best to stay quiet for 3 years. It's like, really? Really? There's other adults involved in this situation surrounding Ruby Frank abusing her kids, including Jody. Nobody in this whole dynamic of adults in the care of these children, nobody was like, hey, this is pretty fucked up. Maybe we should stop. That's where I'm, like, suspicious. It's like, yes, take Jody, take Ruby, like, slam them in the locker, but what about these other people? Are their hands really clean? Are their hands really clean? I suspect not, but who am I? I'm not a prosecutor, judge, and jury.
Seems like they're married. I don't know. They still together. How do you not know your kids are in this situation? So we're going to talk about him for a bit and some of the rumors that were going on about him being supposedly arrested, though I haven't seen anything to prove that he was arrested. Supposedly his employment was terminated according to one website. I don't know if that's true or not. He's being left bad reviews. And before we get into that, make sure you check out my PayPal, my legal funds for this lawsuit that I'm doing. I'll put the link in the comment and in the description if you want to check out the details. All the information's on here. Plus, if you click the Google Drive link, it'll show you the documentation, the legal documentation that you need to know for what's going on. So let's jump into here first with the husband, okay? The husband of Ruby. Now, he made a statement through his attorney, I believe, and says that he hopes to keep his children together after wife's
Why does he look like One Punch Man?
arrest, which, you know, I saw yesterday, I believe, that they were taken by Child Protective Services. So were they checked out and given back to him, or is he trying to work on that? Kevin Franke, the husband of 8 Passengers YouTube channel creator Ruby Franke, will be taking care of his children after his wife's arrest, his attorney told Page 6.
Should
I believe
he,
they have
though?
6 kids together.
Should he? If he's been so passive, taking the passive position, like, I don't know about this scenario going on here.
Frankie's urgent focus is to simply keep his children together under his fatherly care. Attorney Randy S. Kester told the publication.
Okay, so his goal is to keep the children together under his fatherly care, but that is not an official statement that the children are actually under his custody right now. I want you to keep that in mind. We don't have confirmation if he has all the children together or not, at least not right this second with us in this live stream. I don't know if that information is out there, but that statement in itself does not say he has custody over them.
Thursday, when reached by Insider, Frankie referred questions to his attorney, who didn't immediately respond to a request for comment. We know about this woman being arrested. We talked about that in the business partner as well. Kevin Franke has largely stayed out of the public eye in recent months. It's unclear whether the couple are still together. The father was an associate professor at BYU in Utah, but a spokesperson told Insider that his employment ended earlier this spring. Okay, so it ended before this fiasco, I guess. This channel, by the way, this Connections channel, you can't find it anymore.
No,
that channel that her and her business partner were working on together with this parenting tips and like mental health stuff and offering consolation or, you know, consultations, that channel's gone. I'm not sure what happened. I don't know if they took it down. And the Frankies vehemently denied the accusations and also told Insider in 2020, in a 2020 interview, they gave their children choices. So there was a whole, if you haven't seen my live stream, definitely check it out, because we talked about some of the backlash that they've received over the years. Now, and that's Page 6 right here. This is a little bit interesting. This is from Sportskeeda, and it just, I guess he got some reviews. He is very toxic. Kevin Franke's Rate My Professors reviews go viral as BYU employment reportedly gets terminated. In the wake of YouTuber Ruby Franke's arrest on Wednesday, August 30th, 2023, rumors arose that her husband, Kevin Franke, was also in police custody. So that was going on yesterday, but nobody could confirm. And it says here, but so far that news hasn't been proven yet.
He wasn't
Instead,
there.
Page 6 reported that Kevin Franke's
there.
attorney, Randy S. Kester, said on Thursday that their client's priority was taking care of his 6 children. Maybe he wasn't living in the house. Maybe they were separated. I don't know. I guess he didn't check on his kid.
Separated.
I mean, for these kids to get to that condition, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the situation is with that. Ruby's arrest happened after the 12-year-old child escaped from captivity in Hildebrands' house basement in Ivins, Utah. And police were saying that they literally have video of this mother from the YouTube page, that business page. She was recording videos in that basement. So they're saying Ruby had to know, according to them, that this was happening to the kids.
So, just to re-explain, police know, they have a great idea about how long those kids were kept in that position, tied up in a basement and stuff. You know, from the time that the kid actually escaped and went over. They know that those children were there previously for the past, like, couple of days. And within that time, there was a Connections podcast filmed, which means that Ruby and Jody were filming while those kids were entrapped like that. Like, they know that much. They know they were there in the home when that stuff was going. This wasn't like an accident. Like, oops, my child fell into some duct tape. Like, like this, they know this was done. As if it wasn't already obvious, but that is
citing that the kid came in who appeared to be emaciated, and malnourished and had marks of rope and duct tape bondage around their ankles and wrists. So the cop.
I mean, it wasn't like they just went like a day or two without food. They were obviously like starved. And as we can see from Ruby's previous examples, she very much had a thing about using food as a form of punishment, about depriving children from eating, from having food and sustenance and nutrients. That was something that she was comfortable doing. So it's natural to assume she took it a lot further. I can only assume whatever punishment she was trying to do, it was based on pain, because she said that very specifically. I'm trying to inflict pain on my child to teach them a lesson. I can tell she was doing that again. You know, sometimes kids are hard-headed. Maybe it's to the point where they're like, you know, you find a spirit that you can't break, and so you have to drag it out for another day and another day and another day, and all of a sudden it's like, oops, your child's been bound and gagged and starved for a long time just because you wanted to teach them a lesson that they're clearly not fucking getting at this point. Clearly the kids are just enduring for the sake of enduring and surviving. They're not getting any sort of mental or emotional message from you.
Responded. They had deep lacerations, exhibiting signs of, you know, upon further investigation, they discovered another 10-year-old kid was still being held captive. How crazy and mind-blowing is that? They quickly drew a warrant, searched her place, and found a younger kid in a similar physical condition. Later, both arrested to the hospital. Despite being outside prison, Kevin Franke has also come under fire in the aftermath of his wife's arrest. In fact, negative reviews on the Rate My Professor website have gone viral about the former professor of BYU. One review from the website reads, "He is very toxic. He is very against almost anything everyone suggested in his class. Just take someone else for your own sake." Students from Kevin Franke gave him bad reviews in the wake of his wife's arrest for child stuff. Ruby's husband, Kevin Franke, was in a...
So apparently her husband, Kevin Franke, was a professor at BYU University. If you don't know who, Brigham Young University is a Mormon established college. If you go to Brigham Young University, you have to abide by their religious ideals. And I believe, like, there's things like women aren't allowed to wear pants on campus and things like that. Like, it's pretty strict to attend there.
Associate professor at BYU in Utah in the Department of Civil and Construction Engineering. However, according to Insider, he was allegedly fired in spring 2023 and has since stayed away from the limelight. Not only that, but a Reddit page called 8 Passengers reported that the BYU page on Kevin was also missing. While it's unclear why he was terminated, Insider also claimed that the couple had most likely not been together since earlier this year.
Interesting.
So maybe, I just don't know. As a
I
dad
speculate
myself,
they separated.
maybe there was something going on. He wasn't allowed to see his kids. I don't know. I just can't imagine not checking in on my kid. I mean, at all. I don't know what
that's
the
weird.
situation
Why
is,
isn't
but
he checking in on
it
his
says
kids?
Here, okay, very off topic, but I'm so happy that the ex-YouTuber Ruby Franke and her cult BFF Jody and possibly Kevin have all been arrested, which she hasn't, to my knowledge. Sherry must also be so relieved and to finally have her kid siblings safe after years of child stuff. In the wake of Ruby's arrest, Kevin has reportedly taken charge of ensuring their children's well-being, keeping them under his care and away from the public eye. But the charges against his wife have stirred up many accusations against him, with negative reviews trending on Rate My Professor's website. While some are brand new and may be driven by the recent event, that's what I was thinking, many, however, are from last year. In the reviews, his students called him toxic and even asked fellows to not take his classes. Here are some of the reactions. Just take someone else for your own sake. Damn. So that was earlier. That was July 26th. Terrible human being. So that was September 1st. This year, this is last year now, September 10th, 2022. He sucks. September 1st, 2022. Last year. I truly did not have a great experience in this class. It wasn't an insanely hard class. I take schoolwork very seriously and have never had issues with a professor before now. Hard professors are one thing, but downright rude, dismissive, and arrogant is another. Save yourself the misery if you can take something else with someone else. Another one from last year, July. He was very rude and mean. He spoke down to students in a disrespectful manner. Another one from last year, July 24th. Unable to get in contact outside of his class. He is very controlling, and you can only have the same views he has or you'll be looked down on. Caused me so much stress that I dropped out. July 21st, 2022, last year. The professor is so full of himself. He always makes sure to remind the class that he is the leader and he will guide us into a healthier lifestyle. So hard to get in touch with him outside of the lecture. Very unprofessional. Interestingly, a couple of students lauded Kevin Franke's teaching methods and stated that even though he was strict, he was competent in his field as a professor. Here are a few positive reviews. Professor Franke definitely is unique, but he truly cares about students' success and effectively teaches the concepts of the class. He also seems willing to change how the class is structured to better help students. So I think you get the drift. He has good and bad reviews. It says here, Ruby and Kevin Franke share 6 kids, 4 of whom are minors. Their names are Sherry, Chad, Abby, Julie, Russell, and Eve. Even though their father remains out of jail, the minor children have been put under the Department of Child and Family Services custody and care. So Ruby and Jody are currently being held at Washington County Jail without bail. They can face up to 15 years in prison and a fine amounting up to $10,000. Following Ruby's arrest, the eldest Franke kid, Sherry, which we talked about this yesterday, she took to Instagram and shared how glad she was that justice is being served and that her mother is finally in police custody. She also mentioned how her sibling safety was now their priority, but there was a long road ahead, and rumors of these child stuff has been going on since 2020. That's it for now. Thank you guys for watching. Also, sorry I didn't show up today for the live stream. I had gotten a
So this YouTuber put together this is very good. I don't know this YouTuber. I don't know what else he covers. It looks like Ike Mel. I don't know. But if you would like to go over to his channel with the 911 dispatch audio and just give the video a like, you know, just to support, you know, that's a really good source for that. Really, really nice of him to put all that together. Now, so all this went down. She's been held in jail without bail. And today, just today, they had a hearing, and the hearing was very short. I guess it was only like 30 minutes or something, and it was just the judge confirming that they are being charged and setting another hearing date at the end of the month. And Ruby Franke had something to say, which is going to make you even more pissed if you're not pissed enough. I gotta pee real fast again, so hold on. So, Ruby Franke appears in court today, and she turns on her children. And she randomly decides, amidst all this, because now she's the one under hot water, being, you know, confronted about her idea of truth. She decided to just randomly rant and spew nonsense about her child sexually abusing them. Like everybody in the family, including her, apparently, I guess. Mother of 6, Ruby Franke, sobbed in court as she appeared for a shelter hearing for her 4 minor children to determine custody. Speaking to the public courtroom Thursday, oh, I guess this is Thursday, the Mormon mom at times broke down as she made shocking claims that one of her minor children sexually abused their sibling and molested several other family members and children in the neighborhood over the years. The popular YouTuber was arrested alongside her partner Jody Hildebrandt last month and charged with 6 counts of this month. Well, I guess it's technically last month, huh? Anyways. So, she appeared via video from a Utah jail where she remains on a no-bail hold at least until her next court appearance scheduled Friday. I guess that was today. Okay, so I guess she did claim this before then. I'm getting the timeline wrong. The court hearing presided over by Judge Suchata, was that? I cannot pronounce your name. I'm sorry, Judge. So anyways, by the judge. And it lasted 30 minutes, and inside was Franke husband Kevin with his attorney, Randy Kester, at another table where the state attorneys and what appeared to be Franke's 2 oldest daughters appearing to be accompanied by an attorney as well. Seeming to pin the blame for her behavior on her children, Franke went into horrific detail about how one of her 6 kids abused other children. She claimed that one of Franke's kids began looking at pornography at just 3 years old. What the fuck? If you didn't think this lady was a piss me off enough, now that she's having to sit down and answer for her fucking self, she deflects and makes some sad little sob story up about how apparently one of the kids is abusing everybody else and is starting to claim that the child has been watching pornography since 3 years old. You're the fucking parent. You're the fucking parent. How is the child getting a hold of that, first of all? And where are you in that situation? And how out of all of this does that force your hand to treat your family and have the ideals that you fucking do? It doesn't make any fucking sense. And this is the biggest fucking piss me off ever. The fact that she's having to sit down and answer for herself, and she completely deflects the whole fucking thing with her bullshit insane story, which have none proof for. There is no proof for this. She also claimed that her 2 children played a patting game with each other, but did not go into further detail. What the fuck does that fucking mean? What the fuck is that? Franke said that in May, her child confessed to essaying 20 people, including cousins and neighbors. What? She provided no proof of her sickening allegations. That is insane! If that was actually happening, where was she? This doesn't make any fucking sense at all. You know what this screams to me? You know what this is quite obviously is? What this is? This is an abuser so out of touch with reality, they can't even think or fathom of a universe in which they need to take accountability for their actions, so they're going to shift the blame to something else. And it doesn't make any sense still. She, time after time after time again, blames 3-year-olds, small children, for being devious and demonic and forcing her hand. It makes no fucking sense to me whatsoever. She is absolutely unhinged, batshit insane, and frankly, I hope she rots. I do. I hope she fucking rots in jail. In a jail cell with pineapple juice all over the floor, 24/7. They should make her lick pineapple juice off the floor every day for the rest of her life as her only way of they shouldn't, you know, I'm sorry, if I'm going to get really dark and be like what should be done, she should get no food, she should be deprived of food, okay, because that's her thing, and she should only be allowed to lick pineapple juice off the fucking floor, just like she likes to fucking do. The court went eerily silent after Ruby made the disturbing claims. Yeah! Way to deflect, lady! The judge then said that her alleged abusive child will then need to be placed in a home with no other children. What the fuck? They can't possibly be taken that serious. Frankie's husband, Kevin, wearing a dark suit, sat at the table with his attorney, looking straight ahead as his wife made sickening allegations. In a surprising courtroom move, an attorney who was sitting in the public viewing area stood up and asked Judge to hear details about the molestation of another child, because the mother of one of the alleged victims was in the courtroom. The judge denied the request, citing that the details of the alleged abuse could be heard at a future time. Outside the court, DailyMail.com attempted to get a comment from the mother whose kid was allegedly molested by Frankie's child, but they refused to speak. Kevin Franke and his attorney, Randy Kester, left the courthouse about an hour later and gave no comment when asked if he believed his wife's shocking allegations. Kester said he's been instructed by the court not to comment to the press. Out of the respect for the children involved, we have no comment. Judge Bazell set the next hearing for September 15th, mediation hearing on his September 18th pretrial hearing. The judge told Ruby Franke that if he's released from jail, or she's released from jail, she will need to attend the hearings in person, and if not, they'll have to make accommodations for transportation. Ruby Franke first rose to fame for her strict parenting style, which blew up on YouTube and made her millions of dollars, she claimed. She racked up more than 2.2 million subscribers for documenting their day-to-day endeavors on social media along with husband Kevin. The pair stopped uploading videos in January 2022, and the 8 Passengers page was taken down completely from the website earlier this year. When asked why she left YouTube behind months later, she said she opted to stop uploading videos because she wanted to save her kids. She wanted to save her ass, more like it. In July, she was called out online after a video surfaced of her allowing her daughter to go hungry after the girl had forgotten to make her lunch before going to school. In a video posted in 2020, Ruby said that her daughter's teacher had texted her telling her that the youngster didn't have anything to eat for lunch. We know about this, saying kids are responsible. So anyways, Frankie said, my hope... Oh, yeah, just covering the incident with her daughter going hungry at school. Anyways... After her arrest, one of Ruby's adult children spoke out on social media and shared that she was excited to see justice has finally been served, yada yada yada. This is stuff we know. And yeah, so that's where we're at now. We're at the point where Ruby Franke is in custody and she's ignoring everything associated with herself, and she's choosing only to talk about the supposed child that she has that was abusive to other people. And her child, which was supposedly watching porno at 3 years old. Where's a 3-year-old getting a hold of that? Where? I have her coming out with that now raises so much more questions about her parenting than it does the child that's allegedly did this stuff. I have less questions about that and more questions about what the fuck were you doing, Ruby? And what the fuck was Kevin doing this whole time? You know, he's standing beside and he's avoiding the shots. I'm suspicious. I think he needs to burn too. I think all these people involved need to rot for their crimes, frankly. I think that's really silly. I mean, we do have to go through all these processes, but hopefully she ends up serving her 15-year sentence plus more. That's what's so confusing to me, Lee. How is a 3-year-old getting a hold of pornography in her home if she has a pornography-free home and also said that she knows precisely what her kids are doing at all times? She doesn't allow them personal autonomy or has any privacy or anything. How... That's the kind of questions I have. It's more suspicious about her, and it's more an obvious sign of deflection than it is anything else. She was busy taking a nap, right? We're gonna definitely follow up on this, next week. But for now, that's where we're at. So anyways, Ruby Franke pisses me off so fucking bad. So fucking bad. Anyways. All right, let's move on, shall we? Thank you for tuning in to this segment of Getting Mad with Jan. Please like and subscribe. So we have a new case with somebody else that's religious. This I'm not quite as familiar on. I'm actually just discovering this, so I'm sort of sharing this with you as I'm learning about it. I don't know if you know of Danny Masterson. He was, I can't remember his character. He starred in That 70s Show. I can't remember his character's name, even though I watched that show, like, quite a lot. Oh, yeah, Steve. Anyways. So, Danny Masterson is a Scientologist. Oh, no. Elise, please don't burn yourself. Don't do that. So yeah, Danny Masterson is a big Scientologist. We're gonna start diving into Scientology because it's kind of crazy. And Scientology, you know, I said that Mormons have power. Scientology, I think, definitely has more power. Scientology is very interwoven with Hollywood and actors and actresses. I know it's just very bizarre. There's a lot of actors and actresses and people in Hollywood that are Scientologists. Leah Remini is one. You all know who Leah Remini is. She is kind of like the face of the fight against the Church of Scientology, and her case is really interesting as well. She grew up in Scientology. She was a dedicated Scientologist, and she's gotten into some serious issues because she called out some other Scientology members doing things against their church, and because that would hurt the reputation of the Scientology church decided to lobby a smear campaign against her. And she's fighting with that pretty much every day of her life. And she's been blacklisted, and she's been harassed, and she has a lot of documentaries out there. She has court cases going on. She has a lot of investigative reach into these things. I hate it because it's sad, but it's really interesting because there's a lot involved there. And she even spoke out recently about this Danny Masterson case. So Danny Masterson is recently been sentenced 30 years to life for 2 accounts of that the R word. Masterson starred on That 70s Show, which is the TV series. And prosecutors are saying that Masterson has relied on his status as a prominent Scientologist to avoid accountability for doing these things. And these incidences of the abuse happened, I think, 20 years ago, 10 or 20 years ago. I'm just figuring out the details. I literally just heard about this yesterday. I wonder if there's any basic YouTube rundowns. I tried to look on YouTube earlier for stuff on this, and for some reason there's just not a lot going on, and I don't know why. You look up Ruby Franke and there's a lot of people talking about it, but there's not many people talking about this by other YouTubers. So it's really weird. It's all these very simple stories. I'm why? Why isn't there more in-depth conversation about these things?
Testimony full of tears. The first accuser, who claims actor Danny Masterson raped her, takes the stand today. Welcome back. I'm Colleen Sullivan.
I'm David Ono. Thanks for joining us as we stream live at 7 p.m. And today at the Danny Masterson rape trial, the judge denied a defense request for a mistrial for a second time.
Scientology and its beliefs were once again front and center at the trial that could send Masterson to prison for decades if he is convicted.
Sobbing on the witness stand, Jane Doe 1 tells the jury about 2 alleged rapes by actor and Scientologist Danny Masterson, the first in September 2002. She told her close friends about it, including Lisa Marie Presley, and she reported the alleged rape to the Church of Scientology. Jane Doe 1 testified the church blamed her and put her through weeks of ethics programs. She says she felt pressured to make peace with Masterson and move on.
Her testimony is the church then treated her like she had done something wrong. And she had to go through this expensive counseling to learn what it was, the evil things she had done in her own previous lives that would make her a victim in this life.
Oh,
6
that's
months
weird.
later, Jane
See,
Doe 1 went to Masterson.
I honestly don't understand much about the Scientology belief. We should probably look into that. We might do a deep dive of that soon. Lee says, I'm so thankful I was never religious. This is terrifying. Yes, religion is very terrifying.
House again to pick up a set of keys. It was after midnight. There was a party going on at his Hollywood Hills home, and Masterson brought her a drink. It was really sweet and really fruity, she testified. Jane Doe 1 drank half of the cocktail, but suddenly felt weak. She says Masterson carried her to the back of the house and threw her in the jacuzzi. Her vision now blurry and her breathing shallow. I've never been so nauseous in my life. Masterson allegedly took her upstairs to throw up, dragged her in the shower, and later to his bedroom. Jane Doe 1 says she passed out multiple times and woke up to Masterson raping her. At one point when she fought back, he allegedly put his hand around her throat and, quote, squeezed really hard.
He allegedly had his hand on her throat, was
Ew,
choking her
this
to
is
unconsciousness
ugly.
while she heard a man's voice outside.
This is really...
This
is bad.
He was telling her to shut the F up, and he even brandished a gun.
Masterson has pleaded not guilty and has always maintained the sex with all 3 women was consensual. Jane Doe 1 says she was afraid to report the alleged rape to police because, quote, I would be immediately guilty of a high crime by the Church of Scientology.
The church denies that it keeps people from reporting crime, but
They always deny that, though. They always deny that.
in black and white in their ethics book, and Jane Doe did a good job explaining how she felt she had to get permission from the church before she could report a violent rape to the police.
Eventually, Jane Doe 1 says she was pressured.
That's what is similar to Mormonism. I feel like Scientology does a little bit more, not abruptly, like they do it more like in your face with the whole no, like you got to think about this before you do it. Where Mormonism does exactly the same thing, but it's a bit more passive. You know what I mean? Scientology is a bit more aggressive with the, that's not rape. You must have done something, blah, 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 blah. Like, Mormonism also does that, but it's not publicly, anyways. They remind me of and Jehovah's, Mormonism, Scientology, Jehovah's Witnesses, those are 3 things we should start deep diving into.
By the church, their attorneys, and even her own family and friends to sign a confidentiality agreement and non-disclosure agreement with Danny Masterson.
After she went to the LAPD and that investigation went nowhere, she says she then felt pressured by Danny Masterson's attorney, Marty Singer, the church's attorney, a man named Kendrick Moxon, and her ethics officers to sign an agreement with Danny or she would face being declared, expelled, and lose all contact with her own family and friends.
That was Giovanna Lara reporting. The church tells Eyewitness News there is no prohibition on reporting crimes to law enforcement in any Scientology policy.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more great.
Well, hello, Mark Brown. Thank you very much, and goodbye. Can we get some basic just to break the ice on like what is Scientology? Joe Rogan. I don't really care. I don't like Joe Rogan.
Hello, freak bitches.
Joe Rogan is for the most part batshit insane. He does have moments where he's neutral enough to where you can like actually listen to somebody, but he's so neutral, like he's basically on people's weird ass sides. Like he doesn't really discern like what he thinks is crazy or not. He just kind of entertains things for the sake of it, I feel like. I don't like Joe Rogan. Sometimes, very rarely, he's right. Yeah. Hold on, just pause for a second. I need just a little more context.
Welcome to I'm Your Target Demographic. Every Wednesday we cover an interesting topic, hobby, or something else that people might feel they're uneducated about. Today we're diving into a religion for the first time, focusing on Scientology. I'm going to try to remain unbiased and give you a look at what the Church of Scientology says, what other people might say about it, and hopefully it'll give you an idea of who they are and what they believe. I will bring up controversies about Scientology, but by doing so, I'm not agreeing with or endorsing any arguments. Before we dive in, I do want to clarify that Scientology is not the same as Christian Scientists, as they're often confused. So let's start at the beginning. Scientology was developed by an author named L. Ron Hubbard. This is important and is the first controversy already, as L. Ron Hubbard was an established author known for works of fiction, mostly science fiction. Over his lifetime, he published over 600 fiction pieces, including both short stories and novels, and he holds the Guinness World Record for the author with the most published works. So as we get into the religion aspect of Scientology, you can see that people might not believe the religious texts that he wrote following so many works of science fiction. Hubbard was a United States veteran, serving as a Navy officer during World War II and commanding 2 ships, but was removed from his post because his superiors found him incapable of command.
Why?
In one of these instances, he fired upon a Japanese submarine that no one else saw and could later find no proof of.
Oh.
The other instance involved him firing upon an island that turned out to belong to Mexico, an ally of the United States.
Not good.
The Church of Scientology gives a lot of weight to his military career, as his injuries and near-death experiences were partially responsible for his ability to see the truth of things and create the foundation for their belief set. The Church of Scientology also disputes a lot of records about Hubbard, including medical records, and even says that sections are falsified to protect his possibly secret activities as an intelligence officer. These Navy records also dispute many of the injuries that he claims to have suffered. We move forward in time, where throughout the 1930s and 40s Hubbard continued to write, but also began to experiment more with the occult, including practicing as a hypnotist and diving into other religious acts that are somewhat unconventional.
I mean, this sounds like a pretty typical cult leader starting things. Usually it's just like the ability to convince other people of your fantasy that you are experiencing at the moment.
And in 1950 we have the arrival of his book, Dianetics, The Modern Science of Mental Health. This year is crucial for Scientologists, the beginning of everything. Dianetics is focused on a technique still used today in Scientology called auditing. Either through conversation or through a machine called an e-meter.
What the fuck?
These professionals would help the patient recall past traumas and get through them or over them, removing the emotional trauma of past memories in a process called clearing. This e-meter picks up on signals from the body in the same way that a polygraph lie detector might, and it tells the auditor what phrases or memories trigger negative feelings and when they can conclude certain conversations. Initially, they hoped to get this process approved in the larger world of medicine, but these proposals were rejected. At this time, Hubbard also coined a term called Thetan, which is essentially our soul, but it's immortal, and it allows us to tap into past lives and potentially past traumas from those lives that still might affect us. Dianetics is part of Scientology, but Dianetics in itself is not the religion, but rather one way to enhance the religious experience.
The average man is up against certain problems. He's asking himself certain questions. How can I make more money? How can I make my wife faithful to me? How can I make my children grow up? How can, in other words, how can I live a better life? How can I make things more even, more stable for my family? How and what am I up against? What is happening to me in my life? What is my purpose in life, and so forth? These questions, in actual fact, absorb a tremendous quantity of his energy, and he himself is not able to go out and do it.
The E-meter. That sounds like a lot of hooey to me. Process is use of an E-meter, an instrument that measures the strength of a small electrical current that passes through the body of a person undergoing auditing. According to the church teachings, E-meter readings indicate changes in emotional states that allow the identification of stored engrams in Dianetics. The goal was what? We can't read the rest of this? I don't want to subscribe to Britannica. This reminds me of weird ass people who believe in like the soul camera. Like there's a soul camera where they can take a picture of you, and judging by your aura they can tell like how actualized you are or something. Like it sounds like some weird fucking bullshit.
So an E-meter is a device that just measures the resistance to a small electrical flow. Except Scientologists believe that this E-meter can be used to simply direct the progress of an auditing session, to determine whether the auditing has reached a good, satisfactory conclusion. All auditing sessions have to end on a satisfactory conclusion. Like, that's the job of the auditor. It's not like, sorry, the session sucked, see you next week. It's not like that. Every auditing session has to end on a positive note. And if it doesn't, there's corrections to be made. So the E-meter,
what does it look like visually?
Oh, you can pull it up.
By the way, the guy that's like interviewing him, Lex Friedman, not good. Like, we don't care about him. I just want to hear this explanation.
Mark 8, E-meter Mark 8.
So there's a few dials.
Yeah.
There's basic information about time and duration, I'm presuming, and then a dial that just goes 0 to something.
Okay, so let's say that the meter's in front of me and you're the one holding the cans.
I'm holding the cans, so you're doing the auditing of me.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm holding the cans.
No, literally in the beginning of an auditing session, when you're calibrating the sensitivity of the E-meter, you do a can squeeze. So I go, squeeze the cans, please.
Okay, so I'm just like squeezing the cans.
And I'm just changing the sensitivity, because when you squeeze the cans, I want to get about a 1/3 of a dial drop on the needle. The idea is you don't want, if the needle's too sensitive, then every time you shift around in your chair, the needle's going to bounce all over the place. So you're trying to set the sensitivity of this thing. And that's all, the knob there on the bottom to the left, that's the sensitivity knob. And that determines just how sensitive the needle's going to be. And the bigger dial is called the tone arm, and that is changing, I want to say voltage or current, but I'm not intending, I'm going to get one of those words is wrong, right?
But it is a real device.
It's a real device.
That you can actually calibrate to probably, get an outcome that you want.
Yeah, so here's even how a Scientology auditor believes it works. You're holding the cans, there's a tiny little battery in that E-meter that's sending, and you're completing the circuit when you pick up the cans, right? So you got a little thing going there, and that needle will respond to your physical movement, but that's not what we want. We want you to sit the hell still so that we can read this thing when I'm asking you questions. Okay.
So you're sitting there still, very still.
as still as you can, comfortable, right? And I'm going to go, is there something you're withholding from me? And what I'm looking for is right when I say at the end of me, I'm looking for the needle to dip to the right.
Having a needle, even if it's kind of random, can really be like a catalyst for a conversation.
That's what it's used for, except it's an enforced conversation. So I'll give you a really good example of this. So you're holding the cans. Say, is there anything you're withholding from me? And I get an instant read. And I go, is there anything you're withholding from me? You're going to go, I don't think so.
And I don't see the needle.
No, you don't see the needle. Okay. I go, well, what did you think of when I asked you the question? Now, if you've already had a lot of auditing, you know how this goes. It means I got an instant read, and we're not going to move on until this question gets resolved. Okay, so you're going to go, I don't know what I was thinking of. And then I'll be like, take a look, and I'll help you out here. I'll try to steer you. Okay, so I'm looking to get roughly the same read while you're thinking about whatever. I mean, what was that? What was that right there?
And you can start digging to what? You can start...
I just want an answer to the question. Okay.
And I can go to memory.
Yeah. And you can give me any answer you want. There's no way for me to know if you're giving me the right answer, but I want you to give me something.
Yeah.
If you say you can't give me anything, I'm going to keep using the e-meter until you give me something.
I kind of wanted to hear more of that. But we get the gist. That's so weird. Mormons don't have that. We don't have any weird machines.
Anything very progressive about it, so the best thing for him to do is to go out and do something about it. But he can't do anything about it because he is so immersed in this. So actually, in Scientology processing, he resolves these questions. He understands what he's doing. He knows what he wants to do. And he makes up his mind and he goes ahead and does it. And he turns from a man who is simply a puzzled, static being into somebody who is more dynamic, who is able to accomplish something.
At this point, he pivoted to Scientology, and he made the argument that this whole process is a religion, not a science. With this came his idea to monetize, charging at the time $500 for an entire 24 hours of auditing.
$500?
This created a wave of churches being formed across the world, including the central headquarters that was then in Washington, D.C., and it still stands as a museum. The headquarters now exists in California, in Riverside County. About 1,000 people live on the property, and it's well protected, including high fences and constant security.
It's getting dark outside.
There is a public road that drives through it, though it's constantly recorded and monitored.
It's getting dark outside, like sooner already. So mad. I don't get it, summer. I know a lot of people, this is totally like a different topic. Like, I know a lot of people are excited for spooky season, and I don't want to rob that from anybody, you know? If you want to do that, that's fine. But for me, I'm like, it's my summer. I live in a place where we have late summer, so our summers don't start till like mid-August, and like even during October is like the warmest part of the year here for me. So it's like, it's really hard to get into spooky season when I'm like, my summer's just starting. I mean, I like Halloween, don't get me wrong, I enjoy it, but I love summer the most. So I'm like, it's summer, please. Like, I just want to be summery still. Let me have my summer.
The church requested that the road either be closed to the public or even moved to go around the property, but both requests were denied. There are many rumors about living at this space that are hotly debated, including subpar working wages, pursuit teams that bring people back and don't allow them to leave, and required confessions if they hear of other people in the compound talking or gossiping about the church or its members. I say this is debated because no one inside the base will complain or make a statement to the police about their experience there. Only a few have made complaints after they've left the church, and those cases have all been tossed out or not taken seriously due to lack of information or evidence. Let's back up and focus on what Scientologists believe. As a religion, what are their beliefs? They believe that their soul, the Thetan, is immortal, and our lives are not confined to the single lifetime. They also believe we are capable of any...
Okay, I mean, there's some similarities there. Not trying to compare Scientology to Neogenianism, but I mean, we know that we're not bound to this single lifetime, so it's like they got that part right. But What I'm seeing so far is that in Scientology, not only do you have to do those auditing sessions about your current lifetime, but you also do them about your past lifetimes too, which is weird because in Neogenianism, we would be like, we don't fucking care about your past life. Sorry. I mean, like, I don't even give a shit about my own past life. I know I've had past lives, infinite amounts of them. I mean, I'm curious enough to a degree where it's like, I wonder what I was doing last lifetime, but it's like, my previous lifetimes have no influence on what I'm doing now. So it's like, it's fun to speculate and think about, but it's very recreational. Like, there's no reason to drag that into my lifetime now. So very much, yes, we are an eternal being of light that if this body dies, we connect to a new one. But I don't like where they're going with that. You know, sometimes cults and religions and things can have like little tiny bits of like correct information, and then they just take it and use it to exploit you and control you.
Even if we haven't been able to realize it yet. They do believe in a godlike figure called the Supreme Being, but its members learn about that and discovered on their own.
We don't have any beings. There's no beings.
Journeys. There are 8 dynamics that drive us forward, including the urge towards infinity, which includes discovering God. Other dynamics include the urge to protect animal life, the urge to exist as a peaceful community, and the urge to exist as one mankind across all races. When speaking about Scientology, words like faith and belief are often avoided in lieu of concrete terms based on science and technology. Once you are clear, meaning you've been cleansed of traumatic memories and feelings, you are able to climb the ladder to more meaningful and powerful positions. After clear comes a state called operating thetan, or OT for short. This allows you to control the world around you, including life, energy, and matter. They can also leave their bodies, as the thetan itself is not confined to. That's so weird. There are many levels of operating thetan, and it costs money through the auditing process to progress. The cheapest level is $2,750. That's assuming you're fully...
Excuse me, what, bitch? Excuse me, bitch. What? Almost $3,000? Dude, if you're ever a part of a program that makes you pay to progress spiritually, run away!
Those memories and feelings. Otherwise, you'll have much more auditing to do before this. The third level of OT involves a major discovery that Hubbard discovered after Scientology had been founded. While people reaching this level have signed confidentiality agreements, some of these documents have been released to the public, and it tells a story.
Okay, so that's what Leah meant about, like, OT3.
That again causes a pretty major controversy. Okay, bear with me. 75 million years ago, an ancient being called Xenu was a dictator of something called the Galactic Confederacy. He brought humans to Earth, dropped them into volcanoes, and killed them, releasing their thetans into the environment. These thetans are angry and upset, causing us now to be infected and affected by these negative emotions. To overcome these negative emotions from this traumatic event is how you can reach OT level 3, but it's dangerous. L. Ron Hubbard claims that it's a tough thing to do, and many illnesses might plague people attempting to conquer it. The church itself doesn't enjoy the telling of the story, and will go out of its way to block its telling. So
why? Why? If this is your story of origin, why would you not be proud of that? Like, because even in Mormonism, they're proud of their origin story, and that's not, like, something that they brush over. That's something they're very happy to talk about. So that's weird. Like, why would you be an established religion and not want to talk about your origin story?
Video disappears, or if I go missing, that may be the reason why. This story was the focus of an episode of South Park centering on Scientology.
What is the most secret part of Scientology or thing that they worry about leaking?
Well, you know that stuff about the aliens and the volcanoes?
I don't know what that... No, what is that?
Oh, gosh.
It's like the whole basis of Scientology.
Yeah, well, you don't know about that when you're in Scientology until you reach a certain level. Like, you have to receive a certain amount of training and counseling, and it can take years. And, you know, the public Scientologist has to pay a lot of money before they get there.
The total to get to this point through the process of auditing is around $100,000. If you don't become enlightened and don't solve these life mysteries, you must pay to try the process again.
By the way, most Scientologists don't even get to this.
Most
don't.
Right.
Yeah, we're just watching this. We're gonna go back to it.
Not only do you have to be wealthy, but a lot of times what they do, the new scam is you got to go, you get to a level and then they go, oh, we messed that up. You have to go back down at your expense.
While the church doesn't come out and discuss Xenu in this incident, volcanoes do feature prominently on the covers of Dianetics. Now, another controversy arrives in the form of taxes, and if Scientology should actually be considered a religion by the IRS. The IRS tried to claim back taxes in the 60s, but the church responded with thousands of lawsuits against the IRS, resulting in about 25 years of back and forth litigation.
Wow.
Eventually resulting in the decision that Scientology was indeed a church and exempt from taxes.
Oh, by the way, it is my harsh opinion that churches have to pay taxes. We need to tax the churches. Absolutely 100%. Tax the churches and tax the Super Bowl.
Now, by the time this landmark decision was made, L. Ron Hubbard had passed away. The church's official statement was that he no longer...
And the 100% inheritance tax. Nobody gets to inherit $1 billion.
...needed his physical body, but he continued to write and research without it. This was in 1986, and a man named David Miscavige took over the church. A lot of claims have come out against Miscavige, including violence and abuse towards church members, but nothing has been substantiated. Something notable that happened around the time of the leadership change was the rise in the celebrity Scientologists, prime examples to help recruit others. First came John Travolta, then Tom Cruise, and they are the two most well known. But many other Hollywood types came to Scientology, able to pay for these auditing sessions that would relieve them of past traumas. But what people don't think about is that these auditing sessions, essentially counseling, covering their deepest, darkest secrets, are all kept in records. So each member of the church has a file that can be used at any time to either discredit them or blackmail them.
They're not public, but they're... Oh, this is scary. So pretty much they set you down in a room and they make you tell them everything about yourself. They document that so that they could use that against you later in case you're not like, oh!
This might be the reason that people
I don't like that at all.
Or don't tell the truth when asked. Now,
I don't like that one bit.
Video, but if you're interested in more supposed testimony, there are a few documentaries that go into much more depth, including Going Clear, available now on HBO. So as you...
Oh wait, no, I closed that down. Where was that? Library. There we go. So now I understand what she means.
You messed that up. You have to go back down at your expense.
Right.
You have to redo that part.
You were talking about that on your show.
Yeah.
Well, that's not... No. No. We just have a body, and there's one zeta connected to the body, which is what we are. Like... And that's it. There's not, like, other beings in my body. That would be so annoying. Could you imagine sharing your body with other beings? It's like, dude, get out. Unless you're gonna pay, like, your portion of the rent and bills that I have to, get the fuck out of my avatar. Hey, MC, good to see you. We're just, like, looking into Scientology beliefs. It's really weird. I have to pee again. Why do I have to pee so fucking much today? My God, bladder. And Katrina says, can you imagine paying all that money and jumping all those hoops just to be told, like, about this? I mean, it's happening. I don't want to imagine it, but it's happening.
And the supervisor comes over and he goes, do you understand? I want you to draw it out. I want you to draw it out.
So the
Hold on, let me...
And the supervisor comes over and he goes, what's called...
This is public information. We know about Xeno. Like, it's out in the open. So, like, what, like, why even bother? All right, we're back. Shut down by Scientology. I might have to edit that clip out, but at least we got to watch it. That's weird. That's a little weird. Anyways, so Danny Masterson is heavily involved in the Church of Scientology. I don't know what level he's at. He has been sentenced to 30 years for assaulting in a very personal way 3 women who were also involved in Scientology, and these women had to ask the church permission to go to the authorities about it. So this is very interesting with the church involved, and the church has made a statement about this case saying that they're not involved with it and they should be treated separately and this shouldn't be about the religion, but it kind of is. We're gonna follow up on this. We will follow up on that. But let's move on. Let's move on. Shall we? Let us wash our hands of this weirdness so far. So, anyways, we're not going to dive too deeply into this next subject because I'm still gathering information. We're going to do a deeper dive next week for sure. It'll probably be the first thing we bring up. But I just want to alert you to what this is before we sign off for the night, because we are coming to the close of our live stream. So, right-wing people, Project 2025 wants to make faith the government's job.
Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump, and Republicans more broadly, about how the leading Republican presidential candidate, Donald Trump, and Republicans more broadly, have this plan that they want to put in place if the Republican Party wins the presidency in 2024. They're calling it Project 2025 because this is a plan that's supposed to go into effect upon the inauguration of Donald Trump in 2025. Either Trump or some other Republican president gets inaugurated in January of 2025, and Project 2025 thereby goes into effect. This plan is being coordinated by a right-wing think tank called the Heritage Foundation, and it is a plan...
The Heritage Foundation. The Heritage Foundation notoriously conducting business with a strong overtone of Christianity.
And to radically change the form of governance that we have in the United States so as to concentrate all the power of the government in the hands of a single leader. Quote, our current executive branch was conceived of by liberals.
We love you.
What's necessary is a complete system overhaul. Quote, what we're trying to do is identify the pockets of independence inside the U.S. government and seize them. Seize them. So there won't be any more pockets of independent power outside the power that is held by the president. Now, as I said, they want this to be Donald Trump. They want him to be the guy in whose hands all this power is concentrated. But they say they would plan to do this with any Republican president. The plan is to change the structure of the U.S. government so the next president, the next Republican president, will take direct control of all state power. He would, for example, take over all federal law enforcement and run that directly for his own benefit through the DOJ. There would be no more independence of federal law enforcement. The next president would take control of private business.
So pretty much their goal is to assign full power to a president, essentially creating a dictatorship and making America a theocratic nation.
In this country.
Pretty much the Neogenians' worst nightmare.
For his own benefit, through the powers of the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission. The next president would revive an old and, I should say, illegal practice called impoundment, which would basically take away the fundamental powers of Congress and put that power, too, in Trump's hands. Again, identify the pockets of independence and seize them. So instead of checks and balances and limited government, we'd have more of a strongman system of government. We'd have a single leader with all the power of the state personally arrogated to him.
Here's the website. www.project2025.org. Let's go to About. About Project 2025. Building now for a conservative victory through policy, personnel, and training. The actions. The actions of liberal politicians in Washington have created a desperate need and unique opportunity for conservatives to start undoing the damage the left has wrought and built a better country for all Americans in 2025. It is not enough for conservatives to win elections. If we are going to rescue the country from the grip of the radical left, we need both a governing agenda and the right people in place, ready to carry this agenda out on day one of the next conservative administration. This is the goal of the 2025 Presidential Transition Project. The project will be built on 4 pillars that will collectively pave the way for an effective conservative administration: a policy agenda, personnel, training, and a 180-day playbook. The project is the effort of a broad coalition of conservative organizations. America Accountability Foundation, Alabama Policy Institute, Alliance Defending Freedom. Look at all these organizations that are like backing this up. What? The project is an effort of a broad coalition of conservative organizations that have come together to ensure a successful administration. It begins in January 2025 with the right conservative policy recommendations and properly vetted and trained personnel to implement them. We will take back our government. The 2025 Presidential Transition Project is being organized by the Heritage Foundation and builds off Heritage's long-standing mandate for leadership, which has been highly influential for presidential administrations since the Reagan era. Most recently, the Trump administration relied heavily on the Heritage's mandate for policy guidance, embracing nearly 2/3 of the Heritage's proposals within just 1 year in office. Paul Dance, former chief of staff at the Office of Personnel Management during the Trump administration, serves as director of the 2025 Presidential Transition Project. Spencer Creighton, I don't know. He is a cretin. Former special assistant to the president and associate director of presidential personnel, serves as an associate director of the project. I don't know about you, but this is a little concerning. Oh, they have a book. Oh my god. This is a lot of stuff. Are you kidding me? Oh my fuck. Look at all, and this is just one of many documents. Oh my fuck. I'm gonna have to like read through this. This is a lot. This is a fucking butt fuck lot. I don't know about this. That was just this. And we have all these to go through? Federal Trade Communications Commission, Small Business Administration, Trade, Federal Reserve, Department of Treasury. Oh my God, pretty much everything. I know that one of the goals of this plan that for 2025 is they're going to really slack back on environmental protection. Not surprisingly, the EPA under the Biden administration has returned to the same top-down coercive approach that defined the Obama administration. There has been a reinstitution of unachievable standards designed to aid in the transition away from politically disfavored industry. Like, Mark says this is how fascism takes over democracy. You only have to vote them in once and then agree that they make the rules. Yeah, this is looking bad. Okay, so I think we opened up a really big can of worms, and I would love to dive into this more, but I think we need more time. And unfortunately, we are reaching the end of our live stream here. So I think we're going to continue this next live stream.
And we begin tonight with a terrifying concept that is currently our reality. Right now, the Republican Party's presidential frontrunner, a twice impeached, twice indicted, liable for sexual abuse former president, is openly running a campaign on autocracy. New reporting from the New York Times today breaks down all the ways Donald Trump and his allies are planning to expand presidential power if he's elected in 2024. And that goes beyond just using the Justice Department to go after his political enemies, as he has already promised to do. The Times writes that Trump and his associates have a broader goal: to alter the balance of power by increasing the president's authority over every part of the federal government that now operates by either law or tradition, with any measure of independence from political interference by the White House. That includes bringing independent agencies like the Federal Communications Commission, which regulates the media, and the Federal Trade Commission under direct presidential control, reviving the practice of...
One who controls the communication, like... If you're able to control the platform in which information is shared, if you're able to control information, you pretty much have, like, the most power in the world. So that is a really bad sign. That means you're not going to hear news about anything, like, truthful. That means you're going to hear the news that they want you to hear. This is bad. This is really bad.
Impounding funds, refusing to spend money Congress has appropriated for programs a president doesn't like, and stripping employment protections from tens of thousands of career civil servants, making it easier to replace them if they are deemed obstacles to his agenda.
Oh, no.
Now, all this is not a secret. It's happening not behind closed doors. They've been openly broadcasting this plan at rallies.
I mean, they literally have a website. Like, it's not something that they're talking about and it's been exposed. Like, they're like, hey, we're going to do this. We think this is a great idea, and we know you're going to love it. Like, this is creepy.
And on Trump's campaign website. But now some of those directly involved in this multi-million-dollar operation have been saying the quiet part out loud. Russell Vought, who ran the Office of Management and Budget in the Trump White House, told The Times, quote, "What we're trying to do is identify the pockets of independence and seize them." While John McEntee, a former White House personnel chief, said, "Our current executive branch was conceived by liberals for the purpose of promulgating liberal policies. There is no way to make the existing structure function in a conservative manner. It's not enough to get the personnel right. What's necessary is a complete system overhaul." And it's not just Trump's campaign shop. There's a network of conservative groups who are backing this effort, like the Heritage Foundation, the organization that's been shaping Republican policies since the Reagan administration.
The organizations that are behind this, like the Heritage Foundation, are very powerful organizations. They have a lot of money and they have a lot of fucking say. So this isn't just like some willy-nilly, like strange man's, like, fantasy. This is a seriously financially, like, backed up movement that's happening right now.
Not to mention the Supreme Court. And if you're asking yourself why they're doing this, I have 3 words for you: power, money, and deregulation.
Yeah.
The Times writes, the agenda being pursued has deep roots in the decades-long effort by conservative legal thinkers to undercut what has become known as the administrative state. Agencies that enact regulations aimed at keeping the air and water clean and food, drugs, and consumer products safe, but that cut into business profits. And their plan to dramatically increase presidential power is all under the legal guise of the unitary executive theory, which should sound familiar. It's this idea that because the executive branch is headed by a single person, that person, the president, is the ultimate policymaker.
That's not a
Supporters
good
of this
idea.
theory believe Article 2 of the
That is
Constitution
not a good idea.
makes it so that the president is essentially immune to checks and balances from Congress and can, as Donald Trump has said, do anything he wants within the executive branch, and no one can stop him. This is not a novel concept. Reagan administration lawyers developed the theory to advance their deregulatory agenda, and George W. Bush's administration floated it after 9/11. But what Donald Trump is vowing to do is to take that to the next level. With the help of conservative billionaires, he's essentially running for office.
Oh, and he would love it. He would absolutely love it. This is, I'd like to say this is not a possibility, because before Trump first got elected for president, I said this will never happen. And I was fucking surprised by things that happened. So it's like, I want to sit here and be like, this isn't a possibility. This is outrageous. This will never happen. But I've been fooled before. So it's like, I think this is something we need to pay a lot of attention to, and I think this is something that we need to watch very closely.
On the idea of turning the presidency into a dictatorship. Well, none of this is surprising. It is incredibly alarming, especially considering that Trump remains the Republican Party's front.
By the way, her eyeshadow and makeup is beautiful. She looks like a glowing, like, fairy queen.
Which very well means that the 2024 presidential election may determine whether or not the United States of America remains a democracy. Joining me now is Michael Beschloss, MSNBC presidential historian, and Joshua Stanton, president of the Defense of Dignity Center and counsel at Perry Law. Thank you both for being here. And I will start with you, Michael Beschloss. You've covered the presidency for a very long time. This concept that they've created of essentially unitary
sad to say, I don't want to say this, but I think this could work. The way that the state of the nation is right now, it's very conservative and Christian, and Christian nationalism is a very popular thing right now. Very popular. So, sad to say, I could see this happening. I don't want it to happen, obviously. This goes against everything Neogenian in every single fucking way. So that's why I want to watch this issue closely as it develops.
President who cannot be stopped by Congress or anyone in the executive branch. What do you make of it?
It's ridiculous. There is no such thing. This is an invention. If we brought James Madison back, who did much to invent the system that we're talking about, his whole thing was balance of power, checks and balances between 3 branches, co-equal, a president, a Supreme Court, a Congress. And so what we've got now is, and he's telling us 16 months before the next presidential election, Donald Trump is the first person, the only person in all of American history who has said, if you elect me, my intention is to establish, just as you're saying, Joy, a presidential dictatorship. Telling you, the American people, your family, everyone you know, your friends, others, every private aspect of your life. If you're running a business, there's not going to be an independent Federal Trade Commission. Donald Trump will tell your business what to do. If you're part of a media organization, as we are, there will not be, for instance, an independent Federal Communications Commission. Donald Trump, if he hears something on MSNBC or another network, or doesn't like something he reads in the New York Times, which is probably pretty likely, he can do a lot to have, you know, what we do, what all of us do.
Major censorship and control of the means of information.
Abolished. We've never seen anything like this in American history. All I'm saying to our friends who are watching us tonight, take this very seriously.
Yeah.
Don't think that.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. We should not take this very lightly. We should take this very seriously. This is really concerning. This is an actual plan they want to put forth, and it's not secret. It's not an exposure. It's not like a secret like chain of emails. They're saying this straight up. They're like, we're here to take over the whole United States.
This is a joke.
Right. And Mr. Stanton, I struggle to find the liberals who created the executive branch. I struggle to find them in the people such as Mr. Madison and Jefferson, et cetera. They weren't liberals. But the second part of what Mr. Vogt said, I think, is the point. You can't create conservative outcomes unless the president, and it's a president we like, has complete control. So just from a legal standpoint, talk a little bit about this idea. I'm going to read, let me before you do that, let me read a little thing from The Economist. It says Republicans believe that they will be able to enact their program only if they first defang the so-called deep state by making tens of thousands of top civil servants sackable. These changes would give an overwhelming president direct control of the Department of Justice. By being able to sack all the purported dissenters, the administration would obliterate the norm of legal independence. If so, Trumpian resentment would be channeled into concrete vengeance. The prospect should concern all Americans. It's essentially Viktor Orbanism or Putinism in America.
Putinism.
That's right. This is an extreme and dangerous theory that even fairly right-wing legal thinkers generally have not subscribed to. And just to have some understanding of how fringe this is, when Justice Alito was up for confirmation for his Supreme Court seat, and more recently when Amy Coney Barrett was up for confirmation on her Supreme Court seat, both of them responded in relation to probably the most significant Supreme Court case governing the powers of the presidency, which is Youngstown Sheet and Tube, which governs specifically what the president can and cannot do and what Congress can regulate and legislate and prevent the president from doing. In each of them, Alito and Coney Barrett suggested that they thought that that was the right law. So what we're talking about when we...
That's so right. Mark says you destroy institutional memory in agencies at every level, and you replace the seasoned people with psychopaths and stooges. So they're pretty much talking about taking people out of positions that they're very, they have a lot of merit in, and you're going to replace it with people and their bullshit ideologies. This is bad. This is so bad. This is like trying to turn the whole American government into one big fucking church.
Fringe theory
that tells you what you can do and what you can't do.
Further right of what Alito and Coney Barrett have already said. So yes, this is a dangerous theory.
You know, and you know, Michael, it strikes me that it is also it's an admission of defeat in terms of the culture, in terms of them admitting that the outcomes they want.
Mark says the Trump Heritage Foundation agenda is precisely how Nazi Party took over the democratic Germany. Exactly. there's going to be a lot of parallels, and I think that's something we're going to start doing. We're going to start doing a little bit of history lessons about Nazi Germany. I think it's necessary. I think it's something that should be studied and looked at. We're going to start, I think, really deep diving into some things. I really want to dive deep into politics and methods of Nazi Germany and how it's related to what's going on in America today. I want to do things like deep dive into Scientology and like Jehovah's Witnesses, things like that. I want to take a look at how religion is influencing government and how there's just really not any separation between that. I don't even know if there's a gray area. I don't know. We need to start looking into things. We need to start thinking. We need to start researching. We need to start educating ourselves. We need to start looking at history. We need to start looking at what's going on. Like, we're going to start really getting into this stuff. So we're going to start taking notes. We're going to start studying up. We're going to keep up with things as they come out. We're going to get into this. We're going to get
his
informed.
Fans want. And the reason they love Trump is that he's promising to bypass democracy to implement the things they want that a vast majority of Americans don't want. It's Nixon, but much, 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 much worse.
Much, much, much worse. Exactly, Joy. And here's a situation where they're gaming the existing system. They're not talking about doing things that are illegal, interestingly enough. And there's a parallel for that in Germany.
No. That's what's so fucking scary about this, is because it's not technically illegal to come out with this plan. Like, there is some weird technicalities going on here, and the technicalities are what I'm interested in. I think this guy is literally going to talk about Germany here. Hold on.
They're gaming the existing system. They're not talking about doing things that are illegal, interestingly enough. And there's a parallel for that in Germany, 1933. Hitler, and I'm not comparing Donald Trump to Hitler, but
you should.
In terms of a system, Hitler basically used the existing system in Germany in 1933 so that the will of an angry minority was translated into power and dictatorship. Exactly the same thing happening here. If we had asked all Americans in a fair poll, do you love democracy? I would say probably, 70% would say I do. Do you think that there should be abortion rights? Do you think that the press should not be intimidated? Do you think businesses should not be dictated to? I would say probably 65, 70% of Americans would say, no, I'm terrified by those things. But what the Trump people are doing is they're taking advantage of a defect, a flaw, a weakness in our system that goes all the way back to 1787, which says that if you game it, if you manipulate it, if you appoint certain people to the Supreme Court, which is owned 1/3 by Donald Trump appointed and people who like him, Congress may be dominated by Republicans 16 months from now. If all of that happens, the will of an angry 30% minority, or maybe a little bit more than that, can be made to rule all of us, and Donald Trump will be made into our dictator.
Right, and there'll be nothing to ever remove or stop him.
We just learned about a new and
think that's pretty much all the reading. I was going to read all this, but it's pretty much just reiterating what was just said there. So yeah, Project 2025. This is actually happening. They're looking for the next Republican candidate to make them into a dictator. Ideally, they would like Trump, but it could be somebody else. And we took a look. The last time I live streamed, not last Friday, but the Friday before, we took a look at the presidential debates of Republicans. And it's very concerning. I think there's a few candidates there that would carry this on too. So, like the guy said, this is something we should take seriously. This is exactly the Nazi playbook, and this is our future. This is where we need to figure out what we can and can't do. If there's any sort of movement we can make, any sort of petition, any sort of backing of an organization that's fighting against this, I think we should look into that So let's take this seriously. We can't really do anything about it right this second, so just sit tight, you know. And this is where we're at.
You might have seen there's this big New York Times story today. Big story, very important story.
Anyways, I wanted to watch the guy that trolls right-wingers. Where is that guy? I think it's this guy.
Stop this force.
And yes, this released just 3 days ago. Okay, so I'm gonna pee, and we're gonna check this out, and then that's it for the night. All right? Okay. Okay. So this is a little bit of a palate cleanser, still pertinent. I got some snacks now. I'm really into like these chicharrones, these fried pork skins. I'll tell you a funny story. Let me try to upload this picture to. Oh wait, no, I can find it over here. Hold on. So, I've just been eating these chicharrones. And I don't know, some of you know, some of you don't know. I have wild birds around the place that I live that I love to entertain and feed. And I have sort of like a multi-generation of scrub jays. Scrub jays look like blue jays. But they're not quite blue jays. They are blues. They are blue. So it's like the California scrub jay. They look like this. Okay. Anyways. They're very, gregarious. Like the moment you really start making a connection with them, they're all up in your space. So I'll leave my back door open, and sometimes they even help themselves inside. So I like to feed them bird seed. I feed them suet, which is the square of like waxy mixed with seed and like sometimes peanut butter or like citrus or berries or something like that. I get live mealworms, like big mealworms, and I feed them that. So, sometimes I feed them junk food. They really like eggs. Like if I have leftover scrambled eggs, they like that. They like chips. If I have a potato chip or like a corn chip or something. So I tried putting one of these chicharrones in there. I haven't offered them one. And the one scrub jay, I call him Scruffy. I put it in the bird bowl, and he took it out of the bird bowl, and I thought, oh, he's going to enjoy that little chicharron I gave him. And so as you can see, here it is. So I actually put it in the bird bowl. And so Scruffy flew down, pecked at it, picked it up, hopped up to the fence here, and just very gently placed it down on top of the... I mean, we're talking like the fence width is like very... So it's like he really like gently balanced that on there. And then went back down to the bird bowl. So it's like, it's almost like it picked it up and it was like, oh, thanks. I'll just put this over here. And that was it. So I just thought that was really funny. He just like put it over there and balanced it on the fence. Like, I'll just put this over here. Thanks, I guess. I'll put it on the mantle. So I don't think they like chicharrones. Not at all.
Pushing these things. There's a reason that the Chinese are setting up police stations all over our country. I mean, who's behind
Wait a second, I haven't heard. No, that one I haven't heard. Tell me everything about that one.
I have heard. Are you familiar with the Epoch Times?
Epoch Times, yeah.
Okay, I have read that in there, that the Chinese are opening up police stations throughout our country. You have not heard about that?
Oh, no.
Hey, Forgiato.
What's up, my dog? Again, you?
Again.
You gonna try to Riz me again? What's up? It's the Riz King. I love left media.
Tell me why Trump is innocent.
You gonna change my words? What we gonna do? Trump's innocent, man. The reason why they pushing Trump so hard is because if Trump doesn't go to jail, they go to jail. They don't want him in this race. They want him off this ballot. He's the president of the United States or a former president of the United States. He doesn't need to get a mugshot. He doesn't need to be handcuffed. All these indictments are backfiring. They're not gonna help him because you don't like Donald Trump. I like Donald Trump. But at the end of the day, there's people who play 50-50 don't really know, and this shit here is making them say this is taking it way too far. Even you, my man, like you had to have more money when Trump was in. The economy's much better now, right? With Donald Trump.
The economy's better?
With Donald Trump. Then now, Donald Trump has helped so many people become who they are. Like you got to go undercover as someone who likes Donald Trump to get views.
Not all of us can get an inheritance from our dad.
I know, from daddy, for Auto Trader, right?
Yeah,
which I love anybody to show me where I got any money from anybody in my family. Never received an inheritance. I don't know what inheritance I could have got. But you know what? I got 6 Rolls Royces on my own. Supporting Donald Trump, I got brand new cars, Tahoes, Trump trucks, billboards, money, because you know what? I get up every day and chase my dreams in this world that Donald Trump let us do that and fight for freedom.
The thing that people joke about is your whole born to ride Donald Trump.
Born to ride 45, that's the gang.
Yeah.
That's the gang. We out here putting on for Trump. Putting on for Trump. Them people out here putting on for Trump.
That's funny though. It's funny.
I don't think it's funny.
It's funny. It's so funny, dude.
I don't think it's
hilarious.
funny.
Born to ride Donald Trump.
I don't think that's funny. You're trying to Riz me. This man got some Riz challenge.
I know, but it's funny.
That's the Riz
it's funny.
challenge.
It's come on.
Let's go to the next one.
No,
You
but
got
if
that
you
one.
listen,
Next one, next.
If you
What you got
just
next?
agreed that you were doing comedy, I'd be like, yo, I'm gonna bow to you as the king of comedy because that's
It's
the
Born to
funniest thing.
Ride 445, not Born to Ride 45.
Because the way it says.
Born to Ride 45. Make sure you get
I've
these
seen her
white
at everything.
supremacists.
You're Vietnamese, right? I've been to probably 20 to 30 rallies. I've seen you at everything.
Every single rally in the
Actually,
world.
I don't think I've been to a rally where I haven't seen you.
America, the greatest go on earth.
Ah.
Stop right up. We got peanuts for all. We got peanuts. The greatest circus in the world. The world looks at America as a circus. Well, I bring the circus to America.
What work are you with?
I'm not a network. I'm a private citizen.
Oh wait.
And we just applied for the arrest of Fannie Willis and Magistrate.
Oh wait, can you hold that up to the camera?
We're outside of the Fulton County Courthouse right now. I just came from the Magistrate Court of Fulton County, where we applied for the arrest of Fannie Willis. The indictment has 4 charges. There's 2 under the state law and 2 under the federal law. The 2 under the state law relate to the conduct of public officials, and they are violation of oath of office and unprofessional conduct by public officers and employees.
Wow.
And the 2 charges under the U.S. Code are conspiracy against rights and deprivation of rights under color of law. This is a direct attack on Trump's ability to win the election in 2024, and so those are violations against her oath.
You're damn right it
I
is.
have been a candidate for office, State House up in
I'm
Rome,
joking.
Georgia, which is known to most of America as Marjorie Taylor Greenville. So she lives about 4
Have you
miles
met
or
her?
so. Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely.
You see her all
Yeah, Mark's right. Yeah, I should have mentioned that. What he's calling for is the arrest of the prosecutor.
all the time.
Yeah, pretty regularly actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's she like?
I think Marjorie is a lot more intelligent than she gives her credit for. It's the same with Trump. They say, Trump is dumb. And Marjorie in particular is really great at just walking into a situation or room and immediately figuring out what the fix is, like what's going on.
Yeah.
And really sharp at that, in fact.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Where are they? Where is Build Back Better? 666. That's a sign of the devil, President Obama. Get your hands off of me. Get your hands off my brothers and sisters. They are devil worshippers, right, Rihanna? Are we a devil worshiper?
The devil!
Super Bowl Sunday halftime show with The Weeknd. I am homeless in heels worshiping President Trump.
Nothing is more demonic than the Super Bowl halftime show with The Weeknd. I mean, that is true. She is right.
On my dime and my time across this country since 2015.
Okay, she's batshit crazy, but look at the style. That dress, the necklace, the hat, she's fab.
No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
Yeah.
You liberals that are out there.
You liberals.
They have my balls in a vice.
Wait, you have balls?
Obama is married to a man. Mike Obama's private parts are bigger than a family-sized
What?
right guard. Why do you think
The
they killed my sister?
hell?
Why did Don Johnson try?
I heard that this is a thing now, like Obama married to a man. There's like a whole thing going on about now that like Obama is actually gay. I can't find it, but there's like this whole conspiracy about like Obama actually being gay. And I'm here for it. Like, yeah. Yes. Let's go. Let's go!
Try to kill me. That's me. I used to be a nice girl, went to finish
Are you
in
doing
school.
great? Are you a comedian?
No, I'm not.
Michelle
I'm
Obama is
domestic
actually a
violence
man.
survivor. I'm
You're not a comedian.
So
whistleblower.
trans
I'm here to
women, let's
support
go!
We're here to support our president.
I have supported our president since he came down that escalator with his beautiful wife. Get over here, girl. You get over here. Abby. This is my sister in Christ, Abby. President Donald John Trump is going in cuffs today to expose the judicial system.
He ain't going to cuffs. That's so stupid.
You think liberals are in a cult?
Liberals are in a cult.
We are here because Trump is guilty. Lock him up a chair with the key.
Trump indicted. And again and again and again.
Get that shit. I made it. You made that? I did, yeah.
Explain why you think Donald Trump is guilty.
We saw him on national television telling that guy from Georgia, the Secretary of State from Georgia, all I need is 11,780 votes, one more. Yeah. That was a crime.
Yeah.
Lock him up. Chair with the key.
They were just talking, so it's like it's illegal to just talk about finding 11,780 votes. I feel like that's like freedom of speech. It's like a First Amendment.
It's the first. No, not when you want to overthrow the government and steal the votes of black and brown people. Because that's what he wanted to do.
What are you talking about? People have been doing that for years.
Yeah, but he was doing it bold-faced though. They've been doing it on the DL. At least trying to do it on the DL. But he doesn't care. Detroit, anywhere there are black people, that's where the way he think that voter fraud is taking place. He didn't question when the votes in the areas where he won, which is like white people who voted for him, he didn't question those. He questioned where there are other black and brown people. With the four horsemen of the apocalypse, we have changed it from conquest, war, famine, and debt. We have changed it to white supremacy, patriarchy, capitalism, and complacency. Because complacency is what is going to cause the death. Yeah, the death of
otherwise known as neoliberalism.
I don't know what it is known as. I just know that people not participating, and when we don't participate, people like Trump and Eastman, and they're trying to steal our democracy is what we get.
Weaponization of law enforcement?
Yeah, I mean, so you're just as concerned as most Americans about the militarization and the weaponization of law enforcement.
It's a witch hunt.
I think that's the number one issue. I saw recently something that said that the FBI had shot 4 people dead possibly in their own homes in the last month or so. It was one gentleman who had said some negative things about Biden on the internet. They came to his house and they shot him dead.
I don't know. I mean, I kind of want to see the whole video.
Well, I don't think there is a video.
The cops, they were probably fearing for their lives.
They came to his house.
Yeah.
Early in the morning. He doesn't know what's going on. They bust into his house with automatic weapons. What's he going to do? Well, he's just going to go reach for his gun. He doesn't know who's coming into his home.
You can imagine the police just showing up to your house and executing you, no knock warrant.
It should never be like that.
What do you think about Cop City?
Well, Cop City is a training ground for the police officers here, right? So what's the controversy there? I don't
Well, it seems like a militarization. It's 100 acres. You can simulate urban warfare.
Cop City?
It just seems like a militarization to me.
Well, I don't have a problem with that. I think our police need to be prepared, especially after the riots and the looting, the burning, everything, all these kind of things that we've had over the last few years. They need to be prepared for all kinds of situations.
That's always been going on.
Yeah.
Totally different than the militarization.
That's different than attacking people.
A lot of talk about the weaponization of law enforcement. DOJ, the FBI, IRS, CIA. What do you think should be done about the weaponization of law enforcement?
Well, the only thing that really can be done is to clear them out, clear everyone out, especially at the top. I don't think it's the rank and file that are that corrupt. I think it's the ones in leadership, and I think that the corruption is so deep and so entrenched in these organizations that they really have to be totally destroyed. And of course, we know Kennedy said that he was going to do that with the CIA.
Before he died.
And we saw what happened with him. They put a bullet.
Oh, leading it back to Kennedy. Yes.
People, they're going to destroy.
I love conspiracy theories. They always lead back to Kennedy or the Jews. Mostly, it all leads to Jews.
And we see what they're doing to Trump.
The way people think is so fucking
destroy and
ridiculous.
rebuild these institutions because their foundation is just too rotten.
Exactly.
I sound like a liberal when I talk like this. When I talk about this, because they talk about abolishing these institutions and because it's like they're basically saying you can't reform these institutions. They're just so corrupt. You need to destroy and rebuild.
I think that we're far past conservative and liberal. I mean, those are the labels they want to put on us to divide us. But the truth is, we're far past that at this point.
Are we? Because you're sitting there in your MAGA hat.
Conservative, liberal. We're way past that. We're down to.
Pretty sure all conservatives do is rant about liberals, so we're not past that.
Versus good at this point.
You actually have a good point about this. Should we, as conservatives, start marching with these progressives that are, marching and protesting against the police? Like Cop City, great example. Is that like a weaponization of law enforcement? Cop City. In Atlanta, they're building a military facility. It's like 100
I
acres.
didn't know that. They really are doing that. They're building like a military facility to like simulate like urban warfare. I don't know. This is weird. Like, what the fuck is going on here?
Millions of taxpayer dollars, and it's like it's militarizing.
Cop City? Really? Cop City. Oh my god, it really is a thing. What the hell? The Atlanta Public Safety Training Center, commonly known as Cop City, is a police and fire services training campus under construction in the South River Forest area near Atlanta, Georgia, United States. $90 million for this shit? The center is planned to be used as a training campus for police and fire services and is expected to open at the end of 2023. I mean... The facilities at the site will include classrooms, a burning building, a mock city, including apartments, a bar, nightclub, and school and shooting range. 265 surrounding acres of the site will be used as green space. I have a lot of mixed feelings about that. I mean, ultimately, people who are serving the public, like, in the interest of public safety, like, in an actual, like, legit way, you're gonna need some sort of training. Like, I remember at the end of closing one of my farmers markets, because the street was still closed, but farmers and vendors were still packing up their stuff and, like, into their trucks to go home. There was a large portion of the street that was clear, and I remember a fire truck coming by, and the firefighter guys were asking if they could, like, come into the, like, open end of the street that was vacant and, like, practice and do, like, a drill where they, like, they pretended there was a fire and they extended the ladder and they went up and down it and did all this, like, training stuff. So it's like just from that experience, I'm thinking, like, yeah, you kind of need some sort of training. Like, sometimes emergency responders will connect with, like, schools and, like, connect with, like, the theater department or something, and, like, people will put on makeup and like special makeup effects to, like, and then lay there and pretend like there's a big disaster and stuff, and like somebody's, like, arm is severed or something, and the emergency responders, the firefighters and stuff, will come in and pretend that it's real just for, like, training. So it's like there's that portion of it where I'm like, you kind of do need, like, some area of training for things, but I'm suspicious. I'm wondering, like, where's the catch? I guess I'm wondering, where's the catch? Like, on the one hand, it seems like a good idea, but, like, where's the catch? Because that seems like a lot of money to fund into that. I don't know. I guess my opinion on it is neutral at this point because I don't know enough. Laura says, I think it's probably more of a place to train the government how to deal with unruly citizens, aka those not compliant. That sounds like a catch. Like what, like, on the one hand, you kind of do need training for emergency situations, but what kind of scenarios are they training for is a little ambiguous, just a little bit of an gray area there. So I don't know what's going on there. I need more information to form a firm opinion of what's going on.
The police force of Atlanta.
I just don't know.
I think the better question to ask is who's behind that? They may be funding it, but who's behind that? There's someone pushing these things. There's a reason that the Chinese are setting up police stations.
The Chinese! They're sending up police stations all over our country.
I haven't heard. No, that one I haven't heard. Tell me everything about that one.
I have heard. Are you familiar with the
Heard from where?
Times?
Epoch Times, yes.
Okay,
absolutely.
I have read that in there, that the Chinese are opening up police stations throughout our country.
For
you have
what?
Not heard about that?
I didn't know that the Chinese Communist Party was setting up police stations throughout the United States.
Yes, and they're also funding our colleges and universities.
Okay.
You do know about that, right?
Well, the Penn State thing for sure.
But it's even farther than that. I mean, they are... everywhere in this country. But see, this is
So you're
what
saying like if you look further into Cop City, you'll find that this is a CCP
maybe
plot. Yeah, but I'm saying you're not saying an absolute. You're saying it's
China
if they're setting
Communist
up.
Party plot.
Yeah.
Who is behind this? What is the impetus behind
City
this?
was just training, and then it was all of these other things that people that were trying to tear it down. All the homeless people that were living in there. Are we talking about the same thing?
Yeah.
I don't mind our police being trained well, though. I don't have a problem with that.
Again, you do always have to follow the money. I always do that. You always have to ask.
I mean, she's batshit insane. Like, overall, what she's saying is full of shit. But the comment about, like, you should probably follow the trace of money, there's some truth to that.
Who is behind
kind of
this?
true.
What's the impetus behind this? I just think that's a wise question.
But she's fucked
to
up.
ask.
A lot of us obviously are upset about the weaponization of law enforcement.
Sure, and in fact,
Look at that fanny pack. It's beautiful. I love fanny packs.
I'm actually a defendant in another weaponization of law enforcement case in Georgia, which is the.
And I'm sorry, but anybody who can comfortably wear a blue suit like that is a psychopath. I know that's harsh, and I know it's based purely in opinion. It is my opinion, my personal opinion, that anybody who comfortably wears that color of blue suit is a psychopath.
The Rome 4
It is a
up in
fashion
Rome,
felony.
which involves the police of Rome.
It's a fashion felony. Arrest this man for that suit.
Suppressing and arresting protesters at the Transfer Side for Kids event. This case is particularly important and close to me as someone who has been a victim of the politicization of law enforcement.
Yeah.
You know, I've seen
How? Where? What do you mean?
Right.
And it just
How
seems
are
to
you
me
a
like
victim? What's going on, dude?
militarization of
I mean,
law
the militarization of law enforcement.
Dude, you are not a victim of fucking police. You are a victim of bad fashion.
I think is a valid concern, and it's actually something that you actually hear from both more the libertarian right as well as people on the left.
That's actually true.
So it's something that actually people can come together on. There's actually a lot if people would not be drawn into the bitterness of partisanship that actually people could agree on.
What do you think about the weaponization of law enforcement?
It's disgusting, deplorable.
What do you think is a solution to this weaponization of the DOJ,
Gotta be
IRS?
cleaned out. It's got to be. We need leaders that care enough.
Pee Wee Herman blue? No, because Pee Wee Herman is gray. No way. Oh yeah, his suit is gray. Come on now. Fabulous. You know, he died recently, and it's really sad. He was a really weird fucker, but very iconic.
And are strong enough to clean up the mess that it's become.
What about Cop City?
I don't know much about Cop City.
100 acres.
Oh, where all the Antifas were assaulting the cops? I did see that. That's right.
Yeah. Is that in line with militarization and weaponization of law enforcement?
The protest to it or Cop City itself?
The Cop City itself.
Yeah, I think they need a training ground.
Chris
to
Farley
train
in a
for
blue
that.
suit.
That's my understanding of why they're building.
Fat guy in a little coat. If anybody's ever seen Tommy Boy, it's like one of my favorite movies. And I love Chris Farley. I mean, it's not super blue, but it does remind me of this. I live in a van down by the river. Young man, what do you want to do with your life? I love that shit so much.
Hey, Mom, Dad. Brian, Stacy. Your mother Ellen and I are so glad you decided to join us for this.
Are we
family
allowed to
community.
watch this? Are they gonna block my stream for watching this?
What's up, you guys?
Sure, I mean. Matt, we're ready for you. His speech is called Go For It. Now, he's used to big groups, so make him feel like there's a crowd here. Matt, come on up, buddy!
All right, how's everybody? Good, good, good. Now, as your father probably told you, my name is Matt Foley, and I am a motivational speaker. Now, let's get started by letting me give you a little bit of a scenario of what my life...
This is like iconic. I feel like we're gonna get blocked though for this if I keep playing it. We'll see. We'll test. We will test!
First off, I am 35 years old.
I'm 36.
I am divorced, and I live in a van down by the river. Now, you kids are probably saying to yourselves, hey, I'm going to go out and I'm going to get the world by the tail and wrap it around and pull it down and put it in my pocket.
His energy is amazing. Anyways.
That facility, so.
Did you know that recently...
Cassie's like, you're 35. I don't know how old. I literally stopped counting how old I am like 5 years ago. I honestly, like, I have to sit and think about how old I am. Am I 35? 36, 37, 38. No. Yeah, I guess I am only 35. I thought I was 36. Oh, shit. I thought I was 36!
There has been, Fulton County Jail is being sued. They let a mentally challenged man die, and he died from bed bugs. And his cell was completely filthy. Fecal matter, broken glass, in this jail right here. So that's why they wanted to do it here at this jail. They would love to see Donald Trump in this nasty, and it's famous all over America for being
It's true. I would also like to see that.
Jail to be in a nasty jail.
One of the people in the Republican debates, Vivek Ramaswamy, he's talking about how we should raise the voting age to 24 and demand that voters pass a civics test.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
So you think in 24 is an appropriate age to start voting?
I would think so.
Pretty sure like most of the conservative population wouldn't pass that civics test. Just saying. Elise says, same. I stopped at 40. Now just like have 4 years at 40. Right? I feel like I'm just perpetually like 35 now. Mark says, yeah, 18-year-olds shouldn't be able to vote, but it's fine to send them to war. That's what's so weird. The controversy of, like, what young people can and can't do. It's like, you can't buy cigarettes, you can't drink, but we can send you to war to, like, kill people. It's so weird, like, what they can and can't do. Frankly, if any 18-year-old kid is being sent to war, you should legally allow them to have a goddamn drink about it.
Oh, yeah. Well, he worships a Hindu god, and at the top of this nation, just like Obama was a closet homosexual, we don't want a Hindu worshiper running our nation.
Obama is a closet homosexual. I think this might be my new favorite conspiracy. This is just, And by love, I don't mean like I actually love it. It's just, I love it because it's so fucking insane. It's like, this is amazing. It's so fucking insane.
Come on. He's a Hindu.
He's a Hindu.
So I thought
Gay
we liked
Hindu.
Vivek.
I don't.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. I'm
No,
sorry.
he don't like Israel.
Oh, he
just
doesn't
went to
Vivek.
Wikipedia, and there may be criminal charges against him. He paid to have things removed the day before he announced his presidency. One of the main things he had removed was his Hindu faith. But number two, that he was best friends with the creator of the mRNA vaccine and called that man his mentor. All that's now gone.
Because he made his money in pharma and big pharma.
True, mRNA. Why would you go scrub that from your Wikipedia? He is our Obama. Slick, smooth, the best talker up there. But once it's all over with, you'll see that he's not a true conservative. There's a lot about him that needs to come out. There's only one man in this race.
I think a civics test sounds like a great idea.
Yes, civics test would be a great idea.
I may roll it all the way back and say you have to own property to vote.
Yes.
You have to
Just like
own
the
property
founding
to
fathers.
vote?
No, that's a great idea.
Oh my God, it's just the founding fathers. It was like property owners. It was,
You know, really, don't take our freedoms for granted. Freedom's not for...
I mean, boiling it down to you can only vote if you're a property owner, that's kind of, I guess, more or less going back to, like, ancient Roman, like, democracy, stuff like that, where it's like it was just a congregation of just, like, property owners and the heads of families and things. It's a really antiquated idea, I feel. I need to stop eating these! Go away, delicious, crunchy, salty things.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
You like him. You've met him.
At first I was against it. I was like, I think this is a horrible idea, until I sat back and I thought about it a lot. I believe that it's a good move. I think that while it may make it harder for some to vote, you have to take a test to drive
It's
a car.
24. You're 19. You won't get to vote.
I'll take the test and then I can vote.
So the people that can't pass a civics test have to wait till they're 24.
Yes. It's the same concept with a license. You have to pass a test and exam.
Look, I myself agree that in order to vote on certain subjects, you should have a certain level of like, you should have a certain certification to determine that you're knowledgeable about certain things, like healthcare, abortion rights, things like that. Like, there should be a degree of education and understanding and merit when you vote on these things. I think there should be some policy there in regards to that, some certification process. But I don't know. I don't think what I mean by that is what they mean by that too. I think they want people to pass the test and vote if they sort of fall in line with their ideals, if that makes sense. But I do agree with the idea of, like, you should pass some sort of test of competency in certain subjects rather than just basing it on your dumbass opinion.
And if you fail it, you don't get to drive. And I feel like a vote is influential as driving a car. You can kill somebody in a car. If you have a leader up there in office who doesn't know what they're doing, a lot of people have died from fentanyl and everything like that.
You know, the founding fathers actually had a very restrictive right to vote, and they in their writing repeatedly said that that's necessary to preserve a republican form of government. And so we've had an experiment over the last 50 to 100 years of maximizing voter turnout, and as that made the...
Yeah, and back in the day, Democrats used to be more conservative than Republicans. Like, parties waver and change all the time. It's like, it's not the same as it was back then during the Founding Fathers, I'll tell you what. The idea of Republicans and Democrats back in that time is not the same as we understand it and as it is today.
Government better or worse?
Back then it was just wealth. It was landowners, and they would pick the
yes.
president. Yeah.
Right. Well, actually, originally the states picked the president. There was no popular vote for president. And so the original design of the founders was to have the states have their ambassadors in Washington, aka the senators, and the states to pick the president, so that the president was not chasing after the votes directly of people and then promising programs, gifts, etc. We apparently thought we knew better than the founding fathers, and I'm not sure that we did.
He wants to institute a civics test to vote.
I'm not sure about that.
You're not sure? Yeah.
Now, I've seen they wanted to bring the age down to 16 because they're hoping some of the propaganda they have in school now will help them get some more votes. I heard there was talk of dropping the voting age. That's the first I heard of someone wanting to raise it.
This is crap. You trying to get my words to change. They ain't going to change, my brother.
So you'll still vote for him even if
this guy again.
I'll write his name in. Only they can get Trump is sedition charge. Trump gets sedition charge and we can't write his name in.
And all of you
You'll still vote.
liberals,
You're going to still vote for him even if he's convicted.
we will. I will vote for him. I'm wanted. I am
vote for him.
Abby, I'm wanted in 4 states.
If he is convicted, thrown in jail, you'll still vote for him, right?
I will. Yeah. Even more so.
Even more so.
Put in jail. You're still.
I know it's kind of funny, but it's really scary to take like a close look at like the average Joe schmo and what they think about, like the average Joe Trump supporter. The average Joe Trump supporter is a really radicalized mind. They think very radicalized ideas.
Gonna vote for him.
Well, first of all, he's not convicted until the Supreme Court convicts him. In America, that's not a conviction. We have an appeals process, which will take years. So by the time that happens, he'll be back in office and handle everything.
No matter what the situation is, you'll.
Well, Jesus was convicted as well. Innocent man.
Yeah.
So just a conviction means nothing to us at all.
You'll still vote for him no matter what.
No matter what, of course.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
They're trying to accuse Trump of everything. Insurrection, sending fake electors to Michigan, Arizona, 5 other states.
The Constitution demands it.
Mishandling documents, stealing secret documents.
You mean he had it in his garage?
He's listing literally all the things he actually did.
Puerto Rico, the Georgia's RICO law. They went after
Right.
Trump University.
Oh, yeah. They all loved him until they found out he loved America. They don't love America. They love their power. They love their system, their structure, their swamp. Nixon was a good boy because Nixon went home.
Nixon was a good boy. I can't with these people. We need to go through American like presidential history because I swear to God, if you think Trump is the first goon in the presidential position, like no, this has happened before.
Shut up. If Donald Trump would have been a good boy, he wouldn't be here today.
It's just the same thing that they did to Richard Nixon.
Yep.
Famous for being innocent.
But Nixon...
Nixon, famous for being innocent. We need to go over American history more, I swear.
I watched CNN the other night when they admitted that the only reason Nixon did not get prosecuted after the fact because
he wasn't running.
He went home. He shut up. No influence. Donald Trump loved America too much to shut up.
You're still going to vote for him, even if he is convicted.
If he is the Republican nominee, yes, sir, I will definitely vote for him.
Now, I won't vote for him even if he is convicted.
You will?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I will do a write-in.
You're still going to vote for Trump, even if he is convicted.
Absolutely.
It actually makes me want to vote harder.
They may continue to throw more indictments at him. Go for it. Trump is an innocent man, and he will win again.
Yeah, and you'll still vote for him even if he's convicted.
If he's on the ballot, I'm voting for him.
You're still going to vote for Trump even if he's convicted.
Yeah, I think he'll still get a lot of votes if he's in jail anyway. Secret Service will have to come and take him out of jail and go bring him to the White House.
Oh no, indoctrinating
America is a
children.
ship. It only rides in the water when it's balanced, just like any ship. Before Obama, America was in the middle. We all gravitated toward that center where the ship rode well. When Obama came and put gays in the military and transgenders in the bathroom, the ship goes like this, right? The only way to ride it, we had to...
Gays in the military, transgenders in the bathrooms, the world is coming to an end. Cats and dogs living together, mass hysteria.
Find Donald Trump to bring it back over.
You're talking about indoctrination.
Sure.
There's a lot of
Fucking
indoctrination.
pronouns!
I've said President Trump needs to change his slogan to MEGA, not MAG. Make education great again.
By getting rid of the Department of...
Have you guys heard the recent, fucking pronouns? Fucking pronouns. So this, very recently, this streamer who does mostly, games, streaming games, got really mad because in a video game there was an option to select your pronouns. And it's fucking stupid. fucking pronouns. But the way he says it is unbelievable. I love it.
I just want to say something to you, Bethesda. Just want to say a little something. There is nothing I love more.
This is like my new favorite anti-trans, non-binary rant.
I just want to say something to you, Bethesda. Just want to say a little something. There is nothing I love more. Taking my headphones off. Fuck that. Bethesda. There is nothing I love more than to sit down, comfy chair, turn on my PC, fire up a brand new RPG. Lose myself, think, oh my god, just think of this world, just think of all the planets I can visit, all the immersive things that I can get involved with, all the fights, all the relationships, all the people I meet, all the places I go. I'm so excited to go there. And you know, I love nothing more than, with all of that laid out in front of me, I love nothing more than to be dragged out at every fucking conceivable opportunity so you can fucking current day us. Did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what? Fucking pronouns! Fucking gender ambiguity! Fucking current day Californian shit! Because that's all we fucking know! Because we're boring! We're so fucking boring! We can't see past our own fucking reflection! That's the level of our narcissism here at Bethesda Western Game Company.
Oh, Jesus.
Fuck your immersion. Fuck you having a good time. Fuck you falling into a world and just getting lost. No, no, no. Current fucking day.
Californian shit.
You're boring. You're fucking dull. You have nothing to say. You are a one-hived mind twat waffle. That's all you fucking are. And you wonder why people are getting so fucking sick and tired.
Where's the part where he says fucking pronouns again? So this guy legitimately is just fucking pissed about pronouns. Like, he's so fucking mad. But the problem is like, I can't even be mad at this because it's so fucking funny. His mouth shape, like, watch the way his mouth, like, shapes when he says fucking pronouns. It's like a box. Like,
of nothing more than to be dragged out at every fucking conceivable opportunity so you can fucking current.
Look at his mouth. It's so...
Sorry, did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what? Fucking pronouns!
Every time from now on, anybody who fucking rants and raves and gets so sensitive about pronouns, I'm gonna think directly to this. Fucking pronouns!
Fucking sick and tired! You take everything we love, all our immersions, all our fantasies, all our escapism, and you just can't help shovel your dog shit, fucking crap ideology into everything, every single surgery fucking thing.
Yeah. Get used to it, bitch. It's not going away. Get used to it, honey. Get used to it. It's not going away. So this man, a new video game released, and he started, like, setting up his character. And in the process of setting up your character, there was an option to select pronouns. Now, this is literally a millisecond of time that you don't even need to pay attention to. Nobody cares. And he just made a whole ass, like, beautiful rant about it. The fucking deliverance, the cantor, the fucking tone. It was just so amusing to me. Just the fucking pronouns! I love it so much. Every time from now on somebody complains about pronouns, I'm gonna think about that in my head. Just fucking pronouns! Anyway, sorry, moving on. This is almost done.
Or critical race theory, all the books.
Dr. Frankenfurter of fucking
As
pronouns!
parents now, they don't want to bring their kids to church until they're like 13 or 16, because they're like, oh, well, then they're old enough
Yeah, they're
to understand.
indoctrinated before that.
So what's an appropriate age to bring your kid to church, in your opinion?
The moment they're born.
Okay.
I was born in the church, actually. My mother had me in the church.
Yeah.
So I believe a child, my Lord, why wouldn't you bring a child to start grounding them in the moral laws of the Almighty God?
I know, Elise, and it's like the whole Californians! It's just... I've never laughed so hard at somebody speaking against my kind so much. Like, that was it's like, you can't even hate it! It's so fucking, like, beautiful. Like, just the deliverance, just the anger, the tone, just the perfect times to fucking scream. I love it so much. If somebody was, like, making a video against me and, like, calling me out for being non-binary or whatever and came to me with, like, that, I would just fucking take it in. I'd be like, thank you. That was a treat. Fucking pronouns!
That'll get rid of this indoctrination.
Absolutely, sir. But you see, that's the reason we started public schools. The reason public schools was started, you can go read the 2 reasons. Because at one time, all schools in America were religious.
Okay, so on the subject of this, I definitely am against indoctrinating children with, like, church stuff. So the fact that he said that children should go to church as soon as they're born is like, that's not good. I think children should definitely be of an age where they can, like, at least have some sort of sense of rationality to observe things and, like, decide for themselves.
Even our colleges, universities, Harvard, they were all religious. Public schools were started to break the stronghold of Christian doctrine over our children. Everyone in our church is homeschooled.
Twat waffle!
We took back over our children. We took them away from the government schools.
And that's a good way to get rid of the indoctrination.
That's the only way that I know of. What other way is there?
What are some ways to stop this indoctrination?
I am for homeschooling now. I was not a big advocate for homeschooling.
Schooling to stop this indoctrination.
Stop the indoctrination, and I'm not even sure we should be sending them to college. I think we could go to technical schools, make sure that they go to conservative colleges, like where is the one?
Liberty, Baylor.
There's another one, Heritage, I think. Teach the Constitution, teach about our founding fathers, teach real history, and instead of this indoctrination and putting our students in debt. I mean, they're in debt. They could buy a home with the money that they get out of school with debt, and they, even if they get really good jobs, their debt to income earned will not let them buy a house.
So you're saying that we should make college free for all, or lower the cost of college?
I don't know what the answer is. I used to think it was, I love this lottery idea that the people going to school that made good grades, but now that I'm seeing that happen, these universities are raising the cost of astronomically for these kids to go, and then these professors are paid all this money, and then it just rolls upon itself. Then the government only hires like the lawyers and things like that out of these schools, and they're indoctrinated at this point.
I've been hearing parents talking about not bringing their kids to church until they're 13 or 16 and they're old enough to make a proper decision.
Now that we're talking about indoctrination.
That's not, I don't believe in that. No, that
sounds like something like the mask mandates. Separated.
For the record,
The
what's an
masks.
appropriate age to bring your kid to church?
Well,
No, she's not wrong about the debt loads.
Be involved with their church education as well as their school education.
The national education needs to be disbanded. That's unconstitutional. We need to go to the states running their own education. But I think that should be mandatory.
Are you talking about like school choice, or are you talking about?
Well, we definitely need school choice, but I just don't think that we need a national education. We need to go to the states, need to decide what they do in their states regarding their education.
Let the states decide.
Let the states decide. The federal government cannot tell some little small community in North Georgia what is best for their students there.
What do we do about this indoctrination?
That's another problem. I think over the last several decades, our schools have been infiltrated by communists. I think homeschooling or private schools. I see a lot of states passing
School
reforms
choice.
to the education with school choice. Public school system is corrupt. It's run by powerful unions that fund the Democrat Party. Those aren't people that should be educating our children.
Homeschooling, it's a good way to stop the indoctrination.
This is almost over.
Yeah. It's about that and you know, if you can find a good private school.
I'm hearing a lot of parents talking about how they're not going to bring their kid to church until the child is like 13 or 16. They want the kid to be old enough to make a proper decision.
About going to church?
About going to church.
I think that's something you can pass down from parents to children, you know, if you're a Christian.
As a Christian, what's an appropriate age to bring your child to church and have them read the Bible?
As soon as they're born. I mean, they can't read when they're born, but a lot of baptisms happen at a very young age.
What do we do about this indoctrination?
I think you have to get rid of the Department of Education. We need to get the people that are indoctrinating our kids out of school.
Who are those people?
Teachers. Change what they teach to where it's not something that's crazy biased for the left. We need to teach history. We need to teach the facts, not an opinion.
I love
the history. Don't teach victimhood.
I love the irony of these right-wingers, these Trumpers, advocating that we need to teach history to children, but if we actually taught the true American history to children, you'd find out very fast how fucking corrupt America is, and how we're pretty much founded on fucking bullshit and disease. Like, really interesting there. Ironic. Like, if you're gonna really teach the history of America, do it truthfully, because the true history of America is bloody as fuck. There is blood on America's hands. We are founded on blood.
Local?
Yeah, I just moved to Georgia, yeah, like 2
cool.
months ago.
Oh, wow, where'd you move from?
I lived in Florida.
Okay.
Yeah, I had to leave because of Ron.
Joseph Stealing? What the fuck is that t-shirt? Joseph Stealing?
Stay a little bit.
Ron DeSantis messed up the state. How did he mess up the state?
Man, just everything got so expensive. Inflation went through the roof. Like, it's $4,000 for a 1-bedroom. It's kind of wild, you know? So I moved there when COVID hit. I grew up in LA, and then COVID hit. I moved to Florida. It was great, you know, during COVID for the first year or two, and then ever since he won re-election in 2022 in the midterms, he kind of just stepped aside from being governor and did like a shadow campaign.
My problem is that he knew he wasn't going to be around. He knew he was running for president when he ran for his second term.
Yeah.
He knew he wasn't going to be around to govern the state of Florida.
I agree. And honestly, they asked him on the debates.
This is the kind of t-shirt that I would wear, but it's like, I would wear it ironically, but it's like, you can't actually do that because nobody would get that. Like, only you would get that. I would totally wear this shirt super, like, ironically.
Stage if he was running and he wouldn't answer.
So yeah, you're not a fan of DeSantis?
No.
Yeah, he has establishment ties.
Oh, establishment ties. I mean, you could even see over the time, you know, he went from actually not supporting Trump to wanting Trump's endorsement really bad and getting able to win. And over this whole time, you kind of realize he wouldn't have won
election.
Exactly. And this whole time, you kind of realize, and a lot of us, because we were kind of, you know, we still didn't really see all that was happening, right? Up until 2020, it's when a lot of people's eyes started to open. But you kind of realize from that time, 2018 up until then, he really hasn't had Trump's back.
Rhino.
Would
you vote for him for governor again?
I would never, ever support him. I supported him during midterms, supported him during his first thing. I had him on the side of my trailer, had it blown up, Make America Florida, and then he switched on Donald Trump.
I like it. I
This
want
is an
more.
app to where if a white person says,
I think we've watched 3 of these so far, and I love them. I hope he keeps them coming.
Friend. If you're the black friend, you immediately get a note and an update.
Okay.
And it says like, all right, well, this black friend is, you know, this person just named you as a black friend, and their debate gives you their location. You can just show up and be like, listen, this is my coworker from, you know, a few years ago. We really haven't spoken since. We follow each other on Facebook.
Right.
But yeah.
I like it. I like it.
Thank
Where
you.
was it in the development?
It's in the early.
Okay, no, I
the
like
Angel in beta testing.
Okay, no, I will be. Put me down as.
They have to you have to register your black friends as a white person.
Okay. I have a few whose name I would want to register.
Yeah. Oh no, fantastic. Thank you.
Amazing. Anyways, my friends, I think that concludes our evening of looking into world events. We had a really interesting look into Franke. We looked into Danny Masterson and Scientology a bit. We're going to keep an eye on that. And then we took a look into the Project 2025. We're definitely going to dive into that deeper. And then we just had a, little bit of a cool down with Walter Masterson trolling MAGA Trump supporters. So, anyways, I hope to see you next Friday. I live stream every Friday. And, if you're watching the replay, please like and subscribe and leave a comment of what you think. That would help me out. Thank you so much to everybody who gave super chats and donated. I really appreciate that. That's going to help out a lot, especially now that I have the sunburn. I need to go get some sunscreen. So thank you for supporting me and and being able to afford sunscreen. And a big shout out to our moderators. I saw Mark, I saw Elise and Cassie and Susan. Thank you so much for coming here and making, keeping our live stream chat healthy. And, our live stream chat here is always chill. We are always chill here, and I love it. Like, we just have, a really nice little community. We love to sit back, relax, and just, check out what's going on in the world. So I look forward to seeing you next week. Oh, hi, Tyler. I didn't see you, dropped in. Thank you so much for coming. And Imaginista gifted a membership. Thank you so much. And Cassie got it. Thank you so much. And congratulations, Cassie, for having a membership. So let's sign out with some emojis. Let's see. Let's do the disco ball. Disco Inferno. Through suffering, I learn. Let's just sign out and say goodbye with the disco ball. Through suffering, I learn. Disco Inferno. When you translate that to Latin, it literally means through suffering, I learn. So Disco Inferno. So we have the disco ball. All right. Good night, everybody. Good night, Tyler. Good night, Laura. Good night, Mark, Cassie, Elise. I really appreciate everybody coming. And please have a good weekend. And I'm going to try and start posting videos on Wednesdays. Let's see how it goes. I'm not making any promises. But I would like to maybe start posting videos on Wednesdays, even if they're only 5 or 10 minutes. And very brief. So, yeah. More disco balls. Good night, everybody. Good night. Take care. Have a good weekend. Take care of yourself. Be healthy, happy, be well, and be safe. All right? All right. We'll see you later, my friends. Ad Astra. Goodbye. Mwah.